Hello, everyone, and welcome to LiveCTF. This is our audio check for our live stream. Hopefully you guys can hear us. Let us know in the chat if you can. I'm Cyphertex or Jordan. I'm going to be one of the commentators this weekend, and with me is Carl.
Hi, I'm Carl, or Zeta2. We'll be commentating here with Jordan, and yeah, glad to be here.
Okay. I hope we put a lot of work in. This has been a lot of stress, but we're starting. I think everything's working. We're looking forward to seeing the teams compete. So before we kind of get into the meat of it, let's talk a little bit about like the history, what this event is, what we're doing, what we're hoping to see from the teams. So LiveCTF as a concept has existed for quite some time. Hey, 666, we see you in there. And in the chat, yeah, definitely let us know if you're doing this. We have to bring the camera in if we get too many jokesters behind us. It is DEF CON, so we're gonna gonna get that. LiveCTF has been around as a name. GeoHot started several years ago. It was streaming on Twitch and did a couple of these kind of like live. He was playing capture the flag challenges and wanted other people to see him doing it and kind of interact. Sort of early live streaming stuff. There was a couple of different, I guess, experiments or attempts. I did one a couple years ago at DEF CON Finals where I messed up the audio and it wasn't live and recorded it, and it was a bit of a bummer. So like we've had a couple examples of that, and then you also were running pony racing, right?
Yeah, exactly. So a couple of years ago, we did for a year. We run a monthly like live CTF show on YouTube where we had 4 contestants trying to solve the same challenge head to head and like doing commentary on top of that. Was pretty popular actually.
A lot of people like it. It's a lot of work though. I think people don't they underestimate how hard it is to kind of get it. So let's talk a little bit about like the kind of what it is. When we talk about LiveCTF, right? Obviously capture the flag. We're talking about hacking challenges. There's a variety of different CTF out there with different scoreboard and structure. And so when we say LiveCTF, we're specifically saying a small group of people going head to head on the exact same challenge. And in particular, we're watching them. We want to see what they're doing. That's what makes LiveCTF really interesting.
Yeah.
And this is exciting because we're bringing LiveCTF to DEF CON CTF Finals. So certainly one of the premier capture the flag contests is DEF CON CTF. It's one of the, I think it is the oldest, certainly continually running capture the flag event. This is DEF CON 30. I mean, they've had DEF CON CTF I came in DEF CON 9 21 years ago, and the CTF was already an established thing. Like, it's been around for many years. And the idea is that we are going to have all the teams that are here, they're playing DEF CON CTF. So to be clear, the CTF as a whole is going on around us. Nautilus Institute is running the DEF CON CTF. We are like a little side piece kind of inside of that, right? And so this is a part of the whole event. If the teams do well here, it will add to their score for the final event.
Yeah. So we're trying to add some, like a little bit of a twist, a little bit of spice to the competition, like to bring that excitement, and also to make this accessible to the viewers and see a little bit of what's going on in, like, the minds and computers of these participants.
Usually, if you've ever been to DEF CON before and you've walked through the CTF room, nobody wants you to look what they're doing because competitors will cheat and spy on like one another, and it's so they're all kind of like closed in, and it's not really spectator friendly. Last several years, teams have worked on cool visualizations, and so we've got one kind of going on over here. There's a 3D visualization from Nautilus that's tracking their scoreboard. AR, if you're talking about the DEF CON CTF scoreboard, unfortunately, no. I don't actually think we've asked Nautilus. There is no public scoreboard right now for the main event. We can give you updates throughout the event right now. So actually, at the end of this broadcast, before we turn over to our next one, if we had a little bit of time, we'll actually let you know what the latest scores are. Otherwise, find a friend who's at DEF CON and have them come in here and take a picture. I don't know what the plan is on their scoreboard. The live CTF portion, you'll see when we go back to like our kind of intermission screens, you'll see the brackets. So what live CTF is going to be, actually, Carl, why don't you tell them about like the structure of like what that bracket is and how that's going to work?
Yeah, exactly. So we're playing this as a traditional single elimination knockout tournament. So there will be, so we have 16 teams in the DEF CON CTF. So we're starting with the round of 16 today. We will have 4 matches, and then we'll continue tomorrow. So yeah, the teams, there will be one player from each team sitting at these tables behind us.
Right behind us.
With one computer. They are not allowed to communicate with their teammates. They will be wearing earmuffs to block out our commentary. And they both get the same CTF challenge at the same time, and the first one to solve it wins. The other team is eliminated. The winners advance to the next round, and in the end we will have a winner of this tournament. And
each round gets them points, right?
Yeah, exactly. So depending on how far they make it in this tournament, this will then add to their scores of the whole like DEF CON CTF. The DEF CON CTF is an attack defense CTF, so you have like different aspects of the scoring. You typically have like for attacking and for defending and stuff. So this will be like another dimension to the scoring of this event.
Yeah, in fact, that actually informed kind of how the points were worked as Nautilus, and we were talking about kind of the design of the game. The goal is we want this to be something teams take seriously. We want them to send their best person. We want them to really want to win and do well because it will benefit them in the game, but also not disrupt the whole game if one team does well here and another team does well. And like we don't like to throw it off too much, right?
Yeah.
So kind of finding that balance is tricky. I like what Nautilus has done. I think it's gonna get us that. And the other thing to point out is the teams. We're gonna have a lot of work. We have a lot of work cut out for us. We're gonna have 15 total matches throughout the next 3 days, today, tomorrow, and Sunday. But the teams have a maximum of 4 events that they're in, right? Because there's only 4 rounds to go from 16 to 8 to 4 to 2 to 1. And so the teams are out at most 4 hours for if they get first or second place.
Yeah.
And in fact, the teams that like don't get any points, they're done and gone, and they can go back to the focusing on the other events. So we hope to not like disrupt too much of the normal flow of what teams are doing.
Yeah,
right?
and we hope with the teams, like we've talked a little bit to the teams, and we've heard like some people, they find this a bit nervous, like being live on camera.
It's stressful. It is.
So, but we still like hope to make this like an enjoyable experience for both the participants and for all of you viewers as well.
Yeah. So again, we said earlier, DEF CON is not accessible to a large extent. You have to already be in the CTF community. You have to already be very active to even compete at the qualification round to make it here. And so we're hoping by having challenges here that are a little bit more accessible, you'll be able to follow along, you'll be able to see kind of what they're doing on a smaller scale. And so speaking of that, let's talk a little about the challenges themselves and how they differ maybe from the challenges that are going to be happening for the rest of the CTF.
Right. So, normally in a CTF, a challenge can, you can have varying difficulty of your challenges, right? But especially in a top tier competition such as DEF CON, you typically have pretty difficult challenges. It can take many hours to exploit these systems. But we are aiming to have matches here of about like 30 to 45 minutes, which means that also kind of puts some constraints on the difficulty of our challenges.
Yeah.
They cannot be too difficult. So we have had to try to find that balance between,
not so trivial. It's like 5 minutes. You run one thing and you're done.
Yeah.
But also, it can't take too long. So hopefully we got it right. We'll find out as the weekend progresses.
Yeah, and if we don't, like if the matches
Yep.
are like if they go too long, we have a sudden death round thing where we have prepared some very simple challenges that we will then switch out. So we will stop the normal challenge. They will get this sudden death challenge instead, and then it's really about being quick.
Those are 5-minute challenges.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
meant to be like very, very straightforward and easy.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't have to use them, but if we do, they're there and they're ready. With the idea that whether it's those or the normal ones, the fastest team wins. First person to solve it ends that particular round, and we set up for the next round and start all over. So in terms of the type of challenges, now like the DEF CON qualification rounds, you often have a mixture of web and forensics and all these different other things. Finals, though, tends to be focused more on pwning, right? And
Yeah,
so is that
pwning, reversing, like that low-level stuff.
Yeah, and so we've mirrored that as well. So if the teams were a little nervous about like, well, wait a minute, I don't do a lot of web app sec, don't worry. We are keeping things in line, in part because we want this to be representative of what the teams are doing now. Like a little baby challenges, very similar to the style of challenge, if not the same difficulty, that they're doing in the final event. So you can get a sense of kind of what's going on at home as we follow along. And speaking of following along, if you are in chat, we are watching it, we're keeping an eye on it. We're happy to answer questions as we progress throughout the day. Thanks earlier for the question about the scoreboard. So just a quick update. I'm looking up the scoreboard right now. Currently, there's only a couple hundred points separating first from last. So they all started around 1,600 points. It looks like this is going to be a zero-sum game. And so actually, one of the later streams, we might bring on one of the Nautilus folks and talk more about it if we have time.
Yeah.
And so we'll learn more about how they're doing it. But zero-sum game where teams lose points and then they go to other teams that gain it. So in other words, if I get exploited by another team, I lose some points in the form of my SLA because I didn't have a secure service, and they gain some points that they've sort of taken from me.
Yeah.
And
on the topic of like bringing in other people as well, so we will be on commentary throughout the weekend, but we're also hoping to bring in some other commentators, some remote commentators as well. So yeah, hopefully there will be a little bit of a mix here as well on the commentator
Assuming
table.
we can figure out the logistics and the streaming and everything is the connectivity gods are working for us, we are going to, we will bring in a couple of folks that you will probably recognize if you do any online. We don't want to like promise yet until it works out, but we have some folks that I think you'll be excited to hear from, and we're looking forward to having join the commentary. And so keep an eye on that. For that, that'll probably be in tomorrow.
Yeah, we have a question in chat here about whether each round will have the same challenge or each match will be unique. So each match will have a unique challenge, and this is because of course, we are broadcasting this, so all the teams can watch the other matches, and in fact, that might be like a good idea to get like a feel for the type of challenges we are going for. So definitely we couldn't have the same challenges for each match, because then you could just copy the solution of the previous match.
Yeah, the only way to do that would have been to sort of sequester and take all the people in any given round into a room, not let them out and let them one at a time. And that just was, we weren't going to waste people's time.
Yeah.
So instead we wasted our time and we made a lot more challenges. It would have been a lot easier if we only had to make 4 challenges. But by making 15 challenges, yes, different teams will get different challenges. We have actually told each team, though, the name of the challenge, which is sometimes actually a pretty good hint as to what kind of challenge it is. The category, whether it's reversing or opponable. Today we have all opponables, and we have a mix of x86 and x64 binaries. I think there's one x86 32-bit. The rest are all 64-bit. So that's the challenges we've got. I love seeing the team hype. Keep up, cheering on your favorite teams. That's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah.
And so
speaking of favorite teams, maybe we should just mention like a little bit about how they ended up here as well, because as I said, we're here at the DEF CON finals with the 16 teams. They had to qualify early this year. I think it was back in May or April in really tough qualifiers.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, the top 16. Well, actually, you have the winner of last year are pre-qualified for the DEF CON.
So in this case, it really was just the top 16 because it happened to be that
because that team was also playing the qualifiers.
I think officially the previous team didn't this year as it was a clean break. When I talked to Nautilus, they said actually it turned, normally the team who won the previous year automatically gets a bye. They weren't sure about that. In the end, it didn't matter because the previous team qualified anyways. But they were kind of treating it as a sort of fresh break. So actually what you're going to see in our bracket, which actually we could pull up the bracket now and we can take a look at it. You'll see the way that the seeding has worked is the team who scored first place in the qualification event is battling against the 16th place team from the qualification event, right? And so throughout these events, that's just kind of how we split things up. We chose a random order for which match happens when, and we're going to be putting, again, these kind of random challenges out. So you'll see where your favorite teams are and kind of who they're battling as they make it through the rounds here the weekend. Again, we're going to do 4. So round 1 will take us down from the field of 16 to a field of 8, and we're going to do half of that round today. So we've got 4 rounds today. Tomorrow morning, Pacific time at 10 a.m., we're going to do the next 4 rounds. And at that point, we'll be into round 2. No, sorry, matches. I got to be careful. So just to be clear, we have 4 rounds, and each round will have the number of competitors. And then we're going to have 15 matches.
Yes.
We had the language. I'll probably get it wrong. We'll correct each other if we do it. But that's the plan for this whole event. So, scoreboard update maybe, or do we get everything else? What do we need?
Yeah, I think we're that's where we're at right now. With as I said, like pretty tight. I mean, the DEF CON CTF just kicked off. Was like a few hours ago.
Almost 4 hours ago. Yep.
Yeah. So it's still early days.
Or 3 hours ago, rather.
Yeah. The teams are within percentages of each other. So.
But if you want to root on your favorite team, we'll do the top 3. So we have Water Paddler in first with 16,282 points. Maple Mallard Magistrates, or as I plan to call them, the Mighty Ducks, because that name is really long. We're going to have to come up with names for a lot of these teams. And in third place is Straw Hat, tied with, actually, they're tied for second, sorry, MMM and Straw Hat. And MMM, well, there's a lot of history in all these teams. We're going to talk more later. We're going to talk about like the split of them. Many of these teams are actually, I think almost all of them are actually conglomerate teams. There's several teams that have come together. Again, speaks to the nature of this as like the hardest, biggest competition that several kind of elite teams come together to form a team to compete here.
Multiple different collaboration teams here. Just to give an example, you have Sauercloud, which is like a collection of all the German CTF teams, which they already have like really good CTF teams.
Individual teams, absolutely.
But then they bond together. And this tells a little bit about like just how fierce the competition is at this event.
Yeah, so we're gonna look forward for those. We've got 9 minutes into our first round. Let's go ahead and go back to our intermission. We're going to bring up our next 2 teams, get them set. Cross your fingers for the challenge. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the teams do, and we'll see you all in about 9 minutes. All right, we are back, I hope. We'll find out. We are going to count us in. We have our first two teams, PTB, WTL, and Shellphish, battling in our first round of live CTF. We've got the screens up. They're here behind us. We're going to count them in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's live. They're refreshing the page. Round of applause for live CTF. Okay, so now we'll watch and we'll see and make sure this is working. We're going to go ahead and bring up both their screens, and you can get a little sense of the layout that we're going to be using for the event, where you can actually see what they're doing.
Yes.
Right. So I love the full screen terminals. Right. First thing we see.
Yes.
They've got a binary. We've told them it's a pwnable binary. What was the name of this particular challenge?
It's just call me maybe, right?
Just call me maybe. So we've got like a little meme reference. Call me maybe. We've also got a competitor webcam, which has just got the laptop, so you can't really see a whole lot on that. We'll probably not use that particular view.
Yeah.
But we can see we've got IDA up and going. We've got terminals. Okay, so let's take a deep breath. We can already see pretty straightforward. In fact, we've even got some symbols here, right, on this particular binaries.
Yes.
And we've got on the left, we've got.
We have PwnLive bytes, the PTB
Right.
VTL here, and we have Shellphish on this side.
On the
They're
right.
both
okay.
using IDA for their disassembly.
I was hoping for. I did see Binja running. I noticed Binja was actually running.
Yep.
I think they're prepared, knowing a Binja developer was one of the organizers. Like, in case there's something terrible that Binja does better at, we should leave it up.
Yes. You see, it's a pretty small program here. You can see on the Shellphish there. You could get a glance of the code where it's a program. It's reading in some commands. So arguments to whatever syscall you want to make. And yeah, then you can do this how many times you want, and then from there you want to get code execution.
So the vulnerability is there. This is actually more of a shell coding exercise than you don't have to find the vulnerability. It literally will just run whatever syscall you want, and it's up to you to provide a series of syscalls. So like, can't I just like exec VE and run bash like immediately? Like, what, is that not a valid solution?
Yeah, I mean almost, except that to call exec you need a string of the program you're executing. So they first need to get that string into memory somehow, but then it should be just smooth sailing from there.
Yeah, and it's kind of ironic that we give them full syscalls, but they don't have the ability to just run shellcode, right? So because they don't have actual shellcode, little things like just put some bytes directly into a piece of memory is maybe a little bit trickier, and so they're not going to be able to do that. Let's talk about what's their goal. What are they trying to do here to show that they've won?
Right. So the goal of this challenge, and most of the challenge actually, is to gain code execution on the remote system. And once you have that, there is a small program running, sitting there that you can run to.
Let's go ahead and bring up Shellphish there, because I saw them running the challenge.
Right. So they've created kind of like a template in their exploitation script where. They're just like setting up the interaction with the program, like inputting the different parameters, just making sure that works. And then once they have that in place, they can get kind of like make an abstraction on top of that and just make all the syscalls that they want.
So they're just going to use like a Pwn tools or something like that to be able to interact with a service, but then they're going to wrap that so that it's this syscall, this parameters, and it will handle the text formatting and the new lines and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Just let them build their primitives.
And this is very common when you do this type of exploitations. You kind of like transform functions in the program to like more abstracted operations. And we had a question here in chat if they have internet and they can Google and stuff. Yes, they do have access to internet.
Actually, we can see it just now. So PDB just pulled up a reference here. So I think we're looking, if we switched over in time, you're going to see them looking up syscall tables, which makes a lot of sense. That was actually what we did when we were testing this as well, right?
Yes.
In fact, the first thing they're looking for is exec VE, exactly as we said, oh, I want to just run exec VE, I'm going to run bin bash, and that's where you're going to first run into this, well, wait a minute, how do I actually get the string? It's, as we had some of the Nautilus members, and as we talked about this with some folks, everyone's first reaction is, oh, that's immediately trivial. And then you're like, yeah, but where do you get your string from? You've got to have a pointer to a string, and so you've got to think a little bit about that. It's not super hard, but you have to figure out how to get something into memory first that's going to be the string that you're going to call.
Yeah, we can see here for Shellphish some debugging going on. There was some GDB with the Jeff extension. I'm a big fan. Makes life a lot easier. I'm trying to see exactly what's going on. They're trying to put some breakpoints somewhere, looking at the memory mapping. Yeah, okay. So they needed the base address there to put the breakpoint in the right place. Although there is a function in Jeff to automate that. But however,
what's the function?
It's called like pi break. So they will like do relative to the.
Oh, that's kind of handy.
Yes.
Yeah. Does the math for you with the offsets.
Yes.
That's cool.
There's a lot of different nice tricks with that extension framework.
So I'm going to talk a little bit just about the teams too, right?
Yes.
Because we've got a lot of like these conglomeration teams, and so briefly, and we'll try not to miss. So you keep an eye on the teams and make sure I'm not missing somebody getting close. But we've got Team Shellphish that has been around. It's one of the longest running CTF teams. Originally out of UCSB, but they've got I think connections now a lot of different places. So Team Shellphish is currently one of our battling teams, and PTB WTL is Pwn the bytes and
Wreck the Line.
Wreck the Line. I
Yeah.
I don't remember that one exactly.
Both Romanian teams, right?
I believe so. I believe so.
I think they have other members as well, but I think they're like primarily Romanian based at least.
And I think we do see that, especially in the DEF CON, where the teams are like these mega groups are coming.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're just colleges or friends or online communities, and sometimes they are just local, regional, or country CTF teams. They normally compete against each other.
Yeah.
And then they come together to form like a mega group, and so
Yeah.
you got like this sort of country, based representation.
Yes. Which also says something about like kind of like the CTF community aspect of the whole thing. I think it's really nice to see these like different like regional communities like gather together.
You're both competing against and
Yeah.
also participating with.
Yeah.
We're losing video on one of our capsules. We're not sure. Is it losing on the stream as well, or are we? Okay, so I apologize for the flicker. We've got some probably loose cable somewhere.
Yeah.
This is the joys, but technically, could be a lot worse. Like
Yeah.
it appears to be working, and so that's our big stress here.
So I saw some, was it like S-trace output or something from the PTB screen there? Not sure.
Okay, I like that. So I love that we're seeing the highlights, right? So mmap. We started with execve. Yes, that's going to be your ultimate goal. Is you're probably going to want to trigger execve, but like you've got to get your memory first. And so we're seeing like someone's looking. We're going to look for mmap to try to get something into memory, get a piece of memory that we control. But they're going to have to still get something into that region, right? They're still going to have to actually get bytes at that address. So
yes, I'm seeing some very interesting thing here on the Shellphish side. They're grabbing the address of the vsyscall memory region, which was not involved in any of the proposed solutions when we were testing this.
I love it.
So I really would like to see what they're going for there.
And to be clear, we expect that there will be that this one in particular has an infinite number of solutions, right? There's going to be all sorts of ways that we didn't think about. So we have one in mind that we expected, but I'm actually, one of the things that I think is the most fun as an organizer is when somebody solves your challenge in a way that you completely did not expect.
Yeah, yeah.
As long as it's not like, so in this particular case, we're okay if they solve it quickly, because that's the point, is to be as fast as possible. Sometimes if you build a really difficult, hard CTF challenge and somebody like finds a trivial thing that you forgot, that's a little soul crushing.
Yeah. But like as long as it's like a a cool solution or like anything, then you just love to see it.
Yeah. Although sometimes I love how CTF organizers will re-release a challenge, right? Patch the easy bug you didn't intend, give them points still, but then make them solve it like the harder way as well too. So I think that's a decent trend and one good way to just get both out of it, to reward them for what they did, but also keep doing that.
So we have.
So we've got something happening here. So we've got an mmap syscall. Okay, so we're looking at PTB, and we've got mmap. So we've got our syscall wrapper. We're going to call the syscall by name. So the mmap syscall. What are we doing with that? We know we're going to execve is going to run something, but what's mmap going to do that's going to help us?
Yes. So we need to put the string somewhere in memory. We don't know anything about what memory is mapped and so on. So we'll just we'll use the mmap thing. Okay,
and we do, we didn't mention this earlier, I don't think, but the output of the syscall you ran is returned to the user.
Like the return value.
Yeah. So if there is a return from that syscall, they're going to get that information back. So any of these syscalls that's useful, we're going to see that.
So we had a question here about what happens if they don't solve the challenge in 1 hour. So even before that, I think it's like 45 minutes or so.
Sometime around 45 minutes.
Yes, if they don't, we will switch to a sudden death challenge, which is a very simple challenge that they will try to solve instead. So we will just like discard all the stuff they did so far, and we will switch to like a super, super simple challenge.
And mainly the reason that we're going to do that is just because we've got so many matches that we have to run, that if they each start taking longer and longer and we're off schedule, we're keeping people overnight, and it would just be kind of a logistical headache. So we hope we don't have to. If we don't have any bugs in our challenges and they're all the appropriate difficulty and the teams all do well, you'll never see them. We'll save them for next year. But those are like going to be like really, really simple ones that we hope they can solve within less than 5 or 10 minutes. So that's kind of the backup plan. We'll find out if we need it. I have to say, so far, right on pace, super happy with this. This is like, I think, about what I would have hoped and expected. That we're seeing. They've already got their frameworks up. They know exactly what they have to do.
Yes.
They're just building the right building blocks to kind of see it.
Yeah, and this is also, I think, something that's always kind of a challenge for me when solving these kind of challenges. Like, how much do you want like to take the time and like build the proper abstractions and like make your nice functions, and how much do you kind of just want to like, take that leap of faith and just throw together some like really crappy code that might solve the thing. Like that might work, but if it doesn't, then you have to like backtrack, and it was like it's a whole mess.
I feel like there's a lot of game theory to it almost in terms of like risk reward, explore exploit kind of analysis where you have to figure out is this is it worth it, and you don't really know. You do develop, I think, a little bit of an intuition. Like you can kind of look at it, and you sort of have a sense of like, okay, no, I just need to bang this out and just hard code a bunch of bytes in, and that'll be fine. In this particular case, here we go. This is interesting. So now we've got a read syscall. This is, we also saw the syscall list on the other side with Shellphish, but PTB, I think we have all the syscalls we need. I think
read mmap x. Yeah, exactly. So
I think this is it. These are the right ingredients. They just gotta assemble them correctly and
bake that cake.
Yeah, and then we should be we may be looking at a winner, but we'll also keep an eye on Shellphish and see what's happening there as well, and make sure that.
So they're using the fxecv function, which that variant I'm not.
I don't know. I'd have to look at the main page myself. Yeah.
I mean, because these functions, they come in a bunch of different flavors, right? So that's interesting.
And again, there is I think one of the things that teams are going to realize is that we didn't go for tricks. We tried not to go for sort of like tricky, gimmicky things. It's tried to be like pretty straightforward. We want them to be fast and quick, and sort of the obvious thing you would think of is at least our intended solution oftentimes. That's not always the case. Lots of CTFs, right? You've got to find the very tricky thing, and that makes it fun. It actually is super entertaining.
Yeah. Something you can also learn stuff from. Like it sends you down this rabbit hole of research and stuff, but you don't really have time for that. Like
right. So like puntable.kr or like those websites have amazing, really cool things you can learn. But here, we're not trying to trick them. No Ghidra users yet. I have seen a couple of the participants in the room using Ghidra. So
maybe we should keep a tally throughout the tournament. Like
it might be too depressing for me. That might hurt my Binja soul. Might be too hurt by that.
Yeah. So for those who are not aware, Jordan, one of the founders of Vector 35, making Binary Ninja, which is not used in this match, but we hopefully will see it.
I hope we see. And if all I want is one Binja user to win one round, and that'll make my heart happy, right?
Go straight into the marketing material. Right?
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's. I will say, the funny thing is, Binary Ninja was actually designed for CTFs originally. It was meant to be very, very fast and quick, and like common things like patching things out were meant to be quick, so that's probably kind of some of the things it does well. So it is actually well suited towards a very, very fast-paced environment.
Yeah.
But more important than that is knowing what you're doing. All right, so back to Shellphish. What are you seeing?
So Shellphish, they are writing a small C program here. Calling mmap. Yeah, I think they're testing out. They're maybe like.
I like that idea.
Not completely sure about like the arguments or so for the mmap. So they're writing a small little test program to just verify that they have like the correct understanding of the situation.
That's actually a really, really good idea.
Very good idea.
Yeah, because you don't want to you have the added complication of a network service and the text protocol and your throwing script and your wrapper. No, just get rid of that abstraction. Test the syscalls in a row directly, and then once you've got it working, then you can sort of port it to your throwing framework. I think that's a great idea, so I'm happy to see that. But we are seeing, so we're seeing just the straight up approach over here on PTB WTL. Let's watch them as they've got it.
Yeah.
Looking through, yes. Is it buffered? Is input buffered or not? They're checking that. Maybe they're looking for another piece of memory. They're looking over here in the data segment, so I wonder if they're looking for a place to reuse. But this is ASLR, right? I don't think we gave them information about where the binary is executing here, because it is kind of up to them to sort of make their own memory with the syscalls that they've got.
Yeah, we can see here going over to Shellphish again. They are putting this together as the mmap syscall now, and I think are they slightly behind PTB at the moment?
It's it's so hard to say though.
Yeah.
Having done we've both done I think several versions of these kind of events, and it can be really tough. Sometimes you think somebody's not even close, and all of a sudden before you notice they've solved it.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can see them kind of bringing it home.
Yeah.
Yes, Nick. I'm Jordan. Hi, Cyphertext on Twitter. The Vector 35 Binary Ninja guy. And David, we have thousands of Binary Ninja users. There are many thousands of Binary Ninja users. We'll see how many are here besides the one that we have from PTB, even though they're not using it. Maybe they just ran it just to like as a show of solidarity for me to make me feel better.
I'm a Binary Ninja user.
There we go. There are yes, there are Binary Ninja users.
Yeah, but anyway, looking at the PTB screen here, I think you can see that they're debugging the read the calls here, right? No, sorry, that's the input reading routine. And they are doing this called 0, which is that the read? And yeah, checking out some documentation about mmap, Stack Overflow, always trustworthy. But we have Shellphish. Again, yeah, fixing the mmap.
Okay, so PTB just found map fixed. So what they were looking for is they wanted to get the right flag to be able to pass to mmap to request a fixed address. So you can there's different modes of mmap. You can request memory and just take whatever you can get, or you can just say no, I want this address. Please give me this address. Yeah. And so they're just going to hard code some address that they hope nothing runs against.
And this is kind of like a key to the challenge, right? Where since well, not necessarily, since you do get the return address.
They get the return address,
yes,
so they could.
A slightly simpler variant is just to tell mmap, like, no, we're going to allocate at this address.
It's one less moving part to worry about. So yeah, I think you can go kind of either way. And this is we're about 20 minutes in. This is where I think we'd be evaluating. Are we going to give a hint? And I don't think they need any hints. They both really know. I think generally what the shape of the problem is. They're both working on it. I have every confidence that I think they're gonna finish it out in the next 10, 20 minutes.
Yes.
We hope. We're looking forward to seeing them do that.
Yeah.
All right.
So
we forgot to bring our water bottles over here to make sure we can stay hydrated, but we'll do that. We're having to not only are we yelling over the house audio, but we have our masks on, and there have been easier streaming environments, but I'm super excited to be here.
Yeah. So going over to PTB again.
Well, and so I think we mentioned this before, but like this solve script they're running locally. They got the binary locally. They're running it in debugger, so they can analyze both halves of it. And then once they have it working, then they're going to go ahead and throw it against the real server remotely, which is like standard operating procedure, I feel like, for these kind of challenges, right?
Standard pwnable challenge.
Exactly. And that's also why it's nice to have it's nice to actually have like an environment where you can run it directly, right? Whether it's the architecture you've got or the operating system.
Yes.
Teams were a little worried about having internet, and we're like, no, we want to see you like internet. And remember, these are some of the best teams in the world, and they're still looking this stuff up. We all are doing that. Let's take a look over here at Shellphish again and see where we're at.
Yeah. So they have another syscall that they're setting up. You see them like. Well, retrying that. So they're really making sure that the interaction here is working. You have this like question from the programmer, like, do you want to make another syscall? So they're just setting that up to answer yes on that, and then you'll see they're about to set up another syscall.
Oh, there we go. So we're looking at memory maps over on PTB. So they tried to allocate the memory. They went to look in the debugger and to see if the memory was allocated.
Yeah.
So the only thing, I mean, if they're past that step, the only thing left to do then is going to be to actually put bin bash there, right? Like once they have the string bin bash into that location, they should be able to win.
They should be able to, yeah. We have a question in chat about if the challenges are going to be released to everyone after the finals. I mean, we haven't really talked about that, but I mean, in principle,
I assume so. Yes.
Like,
I don't know.
Shouldn't be anything stopping us from doing that. So I'm gonna say yes on that.
Provisionally, yes. Yeah, we'll double check with. So now's actually a good time to talk about. If you keep an eye on, make sure we're getting a little close over here on PTB. So Carl, if you watch that, but we do have a lot of people who've been helping out so far. So there are 3 of us in person here at Vegas that are doing all like this kind of stuff. But we've had several other people contribute challenges remotely, test challenges, do a lot of stuff. We're looking real close over here. Okay, so again, we've got our read. We've got an exec. We've got our mmap. This might actually be it. So let's take a look and follow along PTB because I'm smelling blood in the water. I think if there was.
Yeah. So they maybe they need to fix like some small thing here. Oh yeah, is that they have some helper function there? Unfortunately, I don't know really what it's.
It was like interactive.
Is it? Oh, is that? Is it? Is it? Oh, they're solving it.
That's it. That's it. Is that it? Is that it?
Is that it? Is it going?
What?
What?
We already had it.
Oh my God!
We weren't even looking at the right screen. Congratulations! Wow, that was so close. That was so close.
Okay.
Well done. I can't believe how close that was. All right.
Oh my God. Okay, so
that was outrageous.
Yes. Give me. Also, I will go over to the players.
You talk to the players.
You take it over here.
All right.
Yes.
That was unbelievable. We even predicted. We said we're gonna miss one. We're looking the wrong way. All right. So let's do a real quick recap. So we were between the screen kind of turning on and off a little bit on the Shellphish side. We were a little behind. I mean, that was like seconds. They were seconds away. That was unbelievable. What a great finish. So just as a quick recap, perfect timing. Super exciting. Very well done to both of those teams. That was so close. So close. So again, once they were able to get their shell, all they had to do was run their script, put their team number in from the page that told them what they had done. I'm happy we saw all of our infrastructure working, the overlay when we got a winner. Congratulations to Team Shellphish, but man, well played PTB. That was so close. Really, really well done. We're going to let them go back to their teams and keep working on the rest of the challenges here. We'll see if we can figure out how to turn off the winner script and get back to the stream. We're going to leave the stream going, so keep watching here. But remember, just on the hour, every hour, our goal, we're going to have a new round, and so we're going to get set up. We're going to get the next team, and then we'll update our bracket now. We have our first winner. Congratulations to Team Shellphish. Well done. Very well done.
Oh my God.
That was so good.
Oh my God.
It was so good.
Yeah.
All right, that's at a high bar for, I think, the competition for the rest of the event, but what a way to kick it off. We're going to leave you at the intermission. You can check out the scoreboard, and then we'll be back in about 35 minutes with the next round.
Yep. See you later.
Take care. All right, and we're back. Welcome everybody to round one, match 2 of Live CTF here at DEF CON CTF. You can see Carl behind me instructing the competitors. Our next 2 teams up are team, I'm just going to call it slashers, or /// because their official name is /v/home/r/.bin/tw. I believe it's a combination of Team Binja, Team Tokyo Westerns, a bunch of teams, and they've combined themselves with like a path. So they're getting the instructions now on exactly what's gonna happen. They're hopefully about ready to go. You count it out, and make it live, and let's go ahead and actually pull up both of their screens. We'll watch them start here, and we'll, as soon as we get them the word that the server's live, they'll be able to refresh and start going on challenge number 2. You go ahead and count it in. All right, here we go. So we're gonna go. All right, go, make it go. All right, we'll just do that. No countdown. No countdown this time. So we're going. Refresh the pages. We should be able to see them. There we go. Download challenge. Okay. So not little less fanfare than last time, but hopefully we are going to be live. This challenge is specifically called Open to Interpretation. We're not sure if all of our challenges are the right difficulty. What we are sure is they all have great names.
No, you didn't. Sorry. This is the wrong one. You didn't replace the handouts.
Oh, okay. Go tell them. Go to them. All right, sorry.
Yeah.
Technical glitch. All right, so we got to warn them this is not the right challenge. 1 second. Okay, so this was still the old challenge. There's a couple of like management scripts. This is our first time transitioning from an earlier round. So real short intermission, and we should be back. Unfortunately, we're still seeing some. I think we've done terrible things to the USB inputs on one of our laptops, and so we keep restarting that capture card. We do actually have a spare capture card that's arriving shortly as well, so we can switch to that if this if ends up not working. So, okay, we've told them to try again. They're going to download a new challenge, and let's take a look at a new binary. All right, let's take a look at that. Challenge. It's just called challenge. We should have named the challenge the actual challenge name. In hindsight, you know, you learn all the lessons learned. All right, so we've got an IDA. Is this? Give me a program. Okay, all right, so we are on the right challenge now. It looks like we're having some difficulty with our one capture card, unfortunately. Yeah. This one is problematic. We swapped out adapters, cards. We'll figure it out. We have backups for everything.
Yeah, we'll have our production look into that while we continue the commentary.
And when we say production, we mean Glenn.
Yes.
We have.
But you know, it sounds more professional when you can say like production. Like
we'll have back of house, the production crew look into it and let us know how it's going.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got our second challenge. They're at least going. Let's go ahead and look at just team/v/whatever. Look at their desktop while we've got that working.
Yeah.
And then we'll keep an eye on the other one so it comes back up.
Yeah.
We will see if worst case, if we're not looking at one of the screens, we'll still see winner. So if we see a winner and we didn't, just like last time, we were looking at the wrong one.
Yes.
Shouldn't be a problem. We should still be able to see that's happened. All the challenges will be available to download. Yeah, we're gonna release them. We don't have a specific plan, so we'll probably wait till just after we've recuperated a little bit, after we get back from DEF CON. But we do plan to release them. I like that you're guessing about what type of challenge it might be. So open to interpretation, is it a polyglot? I think it's more of a play on words of interpreter.
Yes.
Right?
As, I think it's we're not that clever with the we're only moderately clever with the naming here, right? So yeah, I think that's something like this. Yes. So we can see here looking at the program in the item and starting to build up a simple phone tools script.
So PTR lib, actually, I saw PTR lib. That's a good question. I'm not actually sure the name of the individual players that we've got. If y'all saw a home, yeah, PTR. It is PTR, and that makes sense then. PTR lib. So this is their throwing script library. So I think we're not looking at a Pwn Tools. I think we're looking at an actual like custom.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's always fun to
so there
see.
You go. Yeah, from PTR lib import star.
I see. Yeah, some players prefer to like build their own little thing.
I mean, Pwn Tools has a million things, but it has a million things.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
So
it's like getting that whole box of stuff when you only need like the screwdriver. Like,
So there's certainly an argument. There's also MPwn, which is another nice one. It's meant to be a little simpler, kind of more standalone.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the problem. We can see this is explicitly, I believe, a custom situation. We've got a question mark and A. So we saw that, that little switch statement there. Again, with the name open to interpretation, and we think it's kind of like an interpreter.
Yeah.
Some sort of little virtual machine or some sort of interpreter that's going to make some simple changes. I do love people know this is like a live CTF because they start their throwing script like immediately, right?
Yes.
Like they just immediately start building that up.
And I think that's also kind of a good way to, in a sense, document your understanding of the problem so far, like writing down like the interactions, like the different things.
And so you don't forget things, and you kind of like you'll often put to-dos, right? Like you do this part, but like I need to do this later, but at least I'll remember it because that's my. Yeah, I think you're right. I think people use their little throwing script almost as a stand-in for like a
like a notes.
Exactly. Notes or task tracking or like doing.
We can see some debugging going on now as well.
We're not going to interrupt his throwing. That's in the interest of fairness. We're not sure why we're having glitches on our one capture, unfortunately. So we'll resolve it before the next round. But we're not gonna. Once we've started, we need to let him go until the first person
because this is so hectic. Like the margins, like as we saw in the previous match for those who watched, like the seconds matter.
It absolutely.
Like literally, there was like 7 keystrokes, between the play. I don't think we will see a tighter match. I mean,
I will be surprised.
We can't see a tighter match.
I would be really surprised. Yeah, we would have to go down to like recording. Yeah, and so exactly we're seeing PwnDBG instead of. Yeah, what is your preference on debugging libraries? Have you like Gef versus?
So I used to be a PwnDebug user, but I have switched to Jeff.
Yeah.
I mean, long time ago I was a Peta user.
Yeah.
But then that kind of just stopped developing for a bit or something. Anyway, I switched to PwnDebug, then I went to Jeff. Yeah, that's my current preference.
So you can see, I think, just over the shoulder here, some of the players. So the people in chat that are wondering, kind of depends on where we lean. If we're like, if we're letting him in, but we're also trying to we have to block off their opponent's screen here, right? So because we have at least one of the teams now visible on our little monitors right in front of us. We've intentionally kind of like laid it out so that you can't see your opponent's monitor over here that we're using to see them. So we've kind of got them angled down a little bit lower. Honestly, they're all better than like stock GDB. Although TUI is not the worst thing. It's at least better, I feel like, than like stock command line.
Yeah.
I used to just roll with like display / whatever and like build up my own little kind of custom prompts, but.
I think I never really learned that. I went like directly from the vanilla.
Honestly, that's the right choice. To a real tool, to Jeff or one of those. Okay, so we're back in IDA, and it's interesting too because we started in hex arrays in the decompiler, and now we're just looking at actual offsets here, right? So we've got.
So some kind of overflow situation here going on.
Maybe? Okay, we already see somebody writing D's, which were, if we go back to that. Oh man! All right, you know what we might do? I might actually have, if you go look over the shoulder and just to give us an update, come back and give us an update and see how on the Starbugs side, and let us, if I'm doing this right. Yeah. So we'll go. You go check it out.
Yeah, I'll go check it out.
And then you can come back and give us a report and let us know if it kind of looks like where we're at. So, apologies for this. This is going to be a wild and crazy weekend. We're going to have a lot of stuff. So hopefully this is the only real issue is we've got to figure out why our capture card is freaking out. We actually do have another capture card we'll bring in and we'll get working in the break. So hopefully, especially if this is a really fast match, that'll be really easy. We'll we'll bring this in. Okay, so yeah, there we go. We can see the switch statement with the different options. Question A, D, S, W, and we notice that there's some. Yep, exactly. So there's that comparison there, right? Was checking 0, was checking 128. But you'll notice, I think this is actually why earlier we saw PTR looking at the disassembly. Is because in hex arrays you don't always see signed. Is the comparison signed or unsigned, right? And so I suspect that's what we were seeing before. Is the switch over to disassembly was saying, well, wait a minute, is this comparison signed comparison or unsigned? Because
I think you can mouse over the
with the tooltip,
the comparison operator, and it will say, if I don't misremember.
Yeah.
But yes, it's still. Like, to get the exact details, you might have to go down to the disassembly.
I mean, you could use Binary Ninja.
Oh, right.
And in high-level IL, where it tells you signed or unsigned comparison. But I promise, okay, I'll be good. I'll be good. I won't do that. And I will say, me with Binary Ninja would not beat these folks with IDA, right? So, like, I'm not claiming that it would make me infinitely better.
So to give a bit of an update then on Starbugs, it's actually very similar to the situation for how do we choose to pronounce it? Homer, Homer bin. That's now what we call these.
I've been saying slash.
Okay, yes.
However we do it. Yep.
Yes. Anyway, so the Starbugs, they were in a similar situation. They have done some analysis. They started out a small exploit script, not quite as fleshed out yet as the one. They're a bit shorter. Doing some debugging, looking at registry values, just making sure that they're completely understanding what's going on. So I would say at this point it seemed like they're fairly similar progress between the players.
I will say, at least so I actually have not seen an official solution for this one yet. So some of the challenges we wrote, some of them other of our teammates wrote, some of them we know the exploits and we tested them, and some of them we don't. Just knowing kind of generally what's going on here and looking at those comparisons. I'm wondering, we're already, this looks like intention, right?
Yes,
it looks like we're seeing, I have an idea of what we're doing. We've already this looks like really good progress only several minutes in. If you had asked me now, do we need a hint? I'm going to say, doesn't look like it. You never really know.
Yeah.
But
you can see here they're doing a leak. You see this line starting with libc base if it's readable. So they are reading 8 bytes out from the program, and then they're subtracting the offset of the putchar address, and then a bit more as well. So from this, they're calculating the base address of the libc library, which then can be used to calculate the addresses of other functions you might want, such as system, which is maybe the go-to choice.
Usually the choice, right? And so before. We were talking about execve for the syscall challenge, the last one, and that's just going to be the raw syscall. System's even better though, right?
Yeah.
What's the advantage of system over an execve?
I mean, just so for the system, you just give it you give it one string argument, which is the thing you want to execute, and that's it. You don't need to care about splitting up the command line arguments into an array or all that stuff. It's just
I wonder if we'll see somebody's system straight to the payload, or if they're going to get a shell first and then run to the payload. They could kind of go either way on that.
Yeah, I mean, personally, even though this is again do you take it slow and methodically, or
and be able to debug it along the way? Yeah.
So I would just go for the shell. Because then the same solution also works out of the box locally as well as remotely. Otherwise, they would need to...
That's true. Well, if you get an error message, it would say file not found.
Right,
you would see some sort of bug there.
I would still feel more comfortable doing launching a shell and then going with that.
I think that's interesting because again though, last round, literally seconds mattered. If one team went one way and one with the other, and they were that close,
the
team that threw the straight to the submitter would win.
This is correct.
We will see. We'll see. I don't expect it to match, or I don't expect it to be that close this time.
There is a small catch to that though, because they don't know you need an absolute address for exec, right? Or
execve does have to have the full path.
Exactly, and they don't know the current where the current working directory, so they don't know the full path of the submitter.
Right, but if they're calling system, in this case, if they're just finding system.
Right, exactly, but I'm just... true, you are correct, yes.
Right, on this one, you're right, last round...
Yeah, they could not have done that.
They could have not done that nearly as easily, right. No. But whereas this one...
Yes.
Because the relative pathing only works because of your shell, essentially, which if you're going to call system, it's going to run the shell for you. Okay.
Right.
And thank you for the kind words. We appreciate it, Grandma Bullet. You guys in chat, we're definitely keeping an eye on it and happy if you guys have questions. And I expect y'all will be seeing stuff that we miss because we're kind of trying to like juggle around and look at a lot of different things. In fact, I even talked to one of the competitors in the room watching the stream in the last round. And he was like, why didn't they use the break syscall? Why didn't they? They were all watching, like, you know, they're doing the regular CTF, but they were also, you know, checking out the competition, seeing what the challenges are looking like, wisely preparing for future rounds. And they were, you know, commenting on better approaches. So I imagine we'll have people in chat here that have feedback and have ideas on things that they can do.
I mean, you also should keep in mind that like this is not your average CTF environment.
Do we have it back? Oh, it's teasing us.
No, yeah,
it's teasing us.
Unfortunately, so this is not your average CTF environment, right? This is much more stressful for the players. Most of them are not used to like, you know, live stream when they're playing
and
CTFs.
even if you are, if you've done a lot of streaming, it still is harder. It's just 100% always harder. There's people watching. You're thinking, oh, did I clean up my desktop? Do I need to like?
Right.
Is this my VM setup? Or, you know, there's just a lot more on your mind.
And it's also kind of like an all or nothing situation, right? In a normal CTF, usually, because we kind of moved away from the tradition of first blood points.
This is true.
Nowadays,
it's all about total score, total number of
solves.
solves.
It doesn't matter when. It doesn't matter if you solve the challenge like 5 minutes into the competition or when it's 5 minutes left of the competition.
Right.
Here, it's everything. Like, either you win or you don't.
We might be getting pretty close here because I am seeing. I did see it looked like we had maybe even had a system leak or we're close to a system leak. So let's watch. So we're looking at system provider. So we've already got a convenient call. Again, there's a call to system already in the binary. Oh, and Starbug is. Yeah. Why don't we go ahead and do another check, Carl, on Starbug?
Yeah, I'm gonna go
put it with them. No, we don't actually worry about past people learning things for new ones because, again, the challenges are totally different. Every match is a different challenge. Exactly, so we don't have to worry about that. The general setup, well, the way that we would compensate by that is I will say we specifically put all the easiest things that we knew were easiest first just because we wanted to be guaranteed that they would get solved in time. So the teams that go first had less information. They knew less about the environment and what was going to happen, and maybe, I don't know. It depends on the player. I think for some people, going first is actually significantly better. You just get it out of the way, and your nerves are over. And some people, though, they really want to like see what's happening and know. So it's hard to say. It was totally random selection in terms of which round happened when. So we'll see what it is. And yes, everyone not only has to use a laptop. So one of the differences is that they're not only using a laptop, but we plug in our video capture cards, and those cards force specific aspect ratios, so their font sizes can be a little bit off. So we are handicapping them unintentionally a little bit that way as well too. So how's it going with Starbug?
Yeah, so they have some good progress. I saw them looking in the debugger. I think they were looking at like the GOT. So maybe a similar approach there with like overwriting or leaking addresses.
Very fast to find the bug. I think both teams again, this is meant to be an easy bug to find. It's even just wiring it all up, putting it all together, building the payload.
Yes, avoiding all the mistakes. Like when you do these things, like it's very unforgiving. Like the smallest little you're off by one somewhere and things just don't work, and like it won't give you like any meaningful error messages or something like that. Like as you would get when you're developing normal software.
I love that we're getting debug information. So we got a logger info. They're actually printing out their variables and stuff. Thank you. As a caster and as a commentator, it does make it easy when we can see what your intentions are and kind of what you're doing.
I also do, like when I write my exploit scripts, I'm definitely more like on the cautious and structured side. Like I name all my variables properly. I have like logging statements.
Do you put type hints? Do you actually put Python 3 type hinting? Is that level of?
No,
that's a bridge too far for CTF.
It has happened, but no, generally not.
Well, as I am the opposite, I think by nature. I was always quick and dirty, and I mean I wrote a lot of exploits with Bash. Like I would literally just shove raw bytes in with Bash, and like if it works, it's faster, but when it fails miserably.
Yes, because you're
way behind.
When it fails, you have not, it fails and you have not gained any ground. Like it fails and you're kind of like still at 0. While the slow and methodical, like it can fail, but it's like a very local
and it's
fail.
easier to measure progress.
Yes.
Potentially, you can instrument a little bit better and see kind of where you're at.
Yes, but then it comes at this additional cost. So I'm trying to see what they're doing. So there's a question here. Every team sends only one player. Yes, correct. So for each match, the team chooses. So they will get to know what type of challenge it is. So we might say like this is an x86 64-bit pwnable challenge, and they choose a player to send. They do not have to pick the same player. If they win the match and advance to the next round, they can swap out for another player. But
if we, for example, switched up the architecture or made it reverse engineering versus pwnable or whatever other things we did, they have a chance to swap it out. So it's supposed to be the best person from that team for that style of challenge and for the stress of being on camera. Because some people are maybe better exploiters but really nervous about sitting in the room, which it's a totally different experience.
Yeah. And they are not allowed to get help from their teammates.
Yep, but they can look on the internet. They can have all these resources. Although I don't think we've seen either one of these. They knew what they were doing. They went straight in, they found the bug, they reverse engineered it, and they're writing their exploits. But for example, the last one was a little bit different where they were building syscall payloads. And so we did see both of them looking up, a list of syscalls and the parameters.
Yeah. So if we have another look here and see what they're doing, we can see they're trying their exploit script, doing some debugging here. They're checking the output of the script,
comparing it to the debugger itself to see if the addresses line up.
Making sure like you have your offsets and your lengths correct. So it's all good. Again, I'm not super familiar. I think there's like some kind of integer over or underflow business going on in this challenge. But
actually, I'm curious if the challenge author who was in chat last time is in now. Feel free to drop hints just for our YouTube chat, and we'll see if Negasaurus is still around. So. Okay, so we've got, it looks like a write payload, a write primitive, because we've got a target for an overwrite.
Yeah. Oh, they're looking into one gadget.
They're looking for one gadget. They want to figure out, is there one? Now,
so to explain a little bit here, one gadget is, it's both like a concept and a tool. So it turns out that in various places in libc, if you jump to that address, you will execute a shell.
Just get a shell. Like it's going to call a system with bin sh or bin bash or whatever.
So some person or people have created this tool which will take a libc version and list what these addresses are. Some of them have like conditions, like this register cannot be 0 or.
I'd say several years ago, like 1804 Ubuntu or standard installs, that was less common. It would just tend to just work unconditionally. There was just addresses that was why it was called one gadget, because it was literally one place you go. You jumped there, all you needed was control of instruction pointer, and that would be all you got.
Right.
Now we're actually looking for ROPers. So we're actually looking for ROP gadgets to see how those work. I'm actually going to go check out on Starbug. I want to get a hit there.
Yes.
So I'll leave you on the stream, and I'll be right back with an update.
Definitely. I hope Jordan comes back with some nice updates there. I'm going to lean over a little bit to see better this. So ROPer, one of several tools to find ROP gadgets in a program. So they're running this on the program to find what gadgets are available to then use them to build up the ROP chain. So return-oriented programming, and it can be a bit tricky. As we see here, it didn't look that they had a lot of things to choose. I didn't see if there was like any filter or anything going on there, but regardless, they were looking for specific gadgets with specific properties, like a call instruction, I think there, to be able to put this into the ROP chain and then use that to develop their exploits. So again, we see them looking at IDA a little bit, double checking what they're doing. We can see that they're rewriting a part of their exploit. There's some kind of address that they're going to, trying to figure out what's the appropriate address. So here they're going for libc base plus an offset. So they're trying to go into one of these one gadgets, I think, and we'll see. So they're just trying them one by one to just see if any of them works and if they have the constraints satisfied for them to be able to do this. But it doesn't seem like it's working quite yet. Yeah. So what do you have, Jordan?
All right, so the update on Starbugs, I would just say Starbugs looks like they're still kind of like thinking about the problem. I kind of get the impression that /v/home has more of a sense of where they're going.
Yeah.
And they're kind of getting the building blocks there. Could be wrong though. Again, it can be really hard to kind of get a sense of where people are at in their head. We're just trying to kind of watch and gain understanding. But I definitely saw some more just kind of poking around. It is interesting. We did see a true Pwn Tools user, right? So it was Pwn Tools coming in from Starbugs versus the custom PTR lib that we're seeing here. And Jeff, I don't know. Is there like a canonical pronunciation? I just kind of guessed because GDB, but
yeah. I mean, I've
heard both.
I agree with like the GDB being a Gef, but I think it's funnier to say. I think there's canonical. I think it's Jeff.
It
like
could very well be.
Because it's like in the name Jeff. Yeah.
So we've definitely got some fans. People are excited to see both their favorite players. Fabio, it depends. Some of these challenges, there are absolutely things that you want to look up. You might be looking up a bug in the tool or something you're doing. This particular one is kind of very classic. I feel like they know their tools. They know what they're doing. They're not looking up the help for Pwn Tools because they're using features that they've used a lot.
Yeah.
They're not looking up the help for these these things just because they're more familiar with it. All right, so we're trying. So we've got, it seems like we've got code execution, right? If they're already looking for gadgets, they've got code execution. They're really just trying to redirect, exactly, GIF or GIF, Jeff or GEF. I love it.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So we're trying to kind of pivot, get us a gadget that gets us closer to our one gadget, right?
Yeah,
so they need to
see that they were looking for a move RSP gadget. So they want to pivot the stack and potentially to use that to have a longer ROP chain potentially.
Yep. Another technique they might have used to get a longer ROP chain too is sometimes you can just actually pivot back into the same program, right? Into like another read or another receive, depending on the program. So let's see, we're looking at some padding going down in here into the payload. So they're just increasing it. And it is fun too because the speed at which people operated at this tier. We're done, we have a winner.
Right.
Oh, I'm so sorry we didn't see it on screen, but congratulations. Round 2 winner. Very good. I wish we had that one on stream. I'm very sorry for the capture problems.
Yeah.
We're going to make sure we take this time, and we're going to swap out our capture card so that we don't have that happen again. But thanks again for hanging with us. We'll be back with a better view of both team screens this time, and we'll see you just in a few minutes. Thanks, everybody. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. We've swapped out a capture card. I think we're going to be good. So let's go ahead and get everybody to help count me in. You ready? We're going to do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And refresh. Let's bring up the team screens. Production, bring up our team screens. They are live. They've already got the binary, and they are going. There we go. Okay, so let's get up our team views, and we're off. We're back this round with Maple, Mallard, Magistrates, which, I mean, that's the Mighty Ducks.
Yes,
right.
Like
that's just, I've decided that's what we're going to call them. We're going to call them the Mighty Ducks. And they're competing against OSUSEC or OSUSEC.
Yep.
So
do you know who they are?
I believe they're from OSU, either Oklahoma State or I assume it's a state university.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess, but
I don't know for certain. That's
yeah, I'm
also
not super familiar with like all the universities in the U.S. and stuff. So yeah, yes, but that sounds very plausible. What do we have here on the competitors?
So we're
screens?
looking at source code. So I guess we gave source code on this particular challenge because nobody's got IDA or Benja open. They're just going straight to, so let's see, we've got the handouts.
Right, that's some capstone library calls, right?
This is interesting. We've got, so we've got capstone. And they're gonna run it. They're gonna try it locally, and they're gonna see how it works. Now, this program, this challenge is called NOP coding. Okay, so it's not show. Oh, did we lose? Oh no, we lost this. Did you lose that?
No, it's back. It's back.
Okay, but like, did you lose it on the capture? Because I think it's just our power.
No, yeah. Okay.
We're
cool.
fine. So I think we're losing. There's power. Something power with this is causing trouble.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Bring the brightness way down.
Yes.
Let's see if we can do this.
Yes. So someone's saying Oregon State University. Someone's saying Ohio State University. So
I mean, they're all good guesses, but
yeah.
I don't know which it is.
Yes. Anyway, while that's sorted out, we do have.
Sorry. See if we decrease our power draw on our monitor here. If that'll.
Yeah. Let's hope that's better.
Let's hope that works.
Okay. Anyway, off to a bit of a rocky start again, but hopefully we will recover.
New challenges each time. Oh, there we go. Go Beavers. So is this actually the Beavers would be Beavers versus Ducks? Well, the Ducks are Oregon, but Ohio State. No, Ohio State's the Buckeyes. It is Oregon State. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you, chat, for filling us in. Can confirm. So I apologize. We should have. We're bad casters. We should have had better intel on our teams.
But you know how they say, like, the best way to get an answer is
to say a wrong one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's how I run a business. It works great. I just, I say something and then my coworkers are like, no, you're wrong. I'm like, okay, but now I know the right answer.
Yeah. So we can see here that
we should be streaming it. If we're not streaming at 720p, it is either YouTube or it's just our bandwidth, because we should be streaming at 1080. And the VOD that we're recording is also going to be 1080. So if we need to upload a higher quality afterwards, we will get that. All right. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So wait a minute. I'm seeing Endosasm over here and so remind me, I've got Maple Mallard. Okay, so I've got
Mighty Ducks.
I've got the Mighty Ducks over here, and I'm already seeing something really interesting. This start your clocks. This could actually be fastest solve from what I'm seeing over here. Okay, so this challenge was called NOP coding, and what they're doing is they're told you must get a shell. But everything that you run must be a NOP.
Which kind of doesn't really make sense.
Sounds impossible?
Yes,
Yeah.
like NOPs doesn't do anything.
But we gave them a hint actually, right? So if it's locked at 720, yeah, we apologize. It is our it is probably just our stream bandwidth, because I believe we're streaming at 1080p. And actually, let's go ahead and go full screen to one of the teams, and we'll try to keep the full screen ones. Let's do the one without the. If we're at 720, we want it to be like real full screen. So we'll get rid of all the pretty artwork, and we'll just do, let's do the bigger one that's clear without even that. Yeah, so this will get us looking at Oregon State. So we're seeing the preload. Right, so what they're trying to do now is they're going to run it with their capstone.
Yeah, they're just trying to make the binary work so that they can debug the stuff. You see they do some LD preloads to get the proper libraries running.
No, these are not two local teams as far as I know. I don't believe. It's funny that they're a duck themed, right? So the duck theme is, oh yeah, we are We are making progress, right? Okay, so what we're looking at here is we've got a text file on the right that is a NOP, right? And we're assembling it, so it's test.s, and this is being created as a NOP. But when we disassemble it, now it's not a NOP.
Yeah.
Right? So the reason why we're doing that, and we gave them a hint, we told them that the binary they're given is a 32-bit binary on this particular, I believe.
The point is that there's a mismatch here. Like,
Yeah.
it's being disassembled as 32 bits, but it's executed as 64
It's
bits.
going to be run as 64.
The other way
Yeah.
around. It's it disassembled as 64-bit, but executed as 32-bit.
Run as 32-bit. So if your bytes disassemble as an x64 NOP, but run as a 32-bit, like actual instruction, it will be run. And so yeah, we are definitely. I can't tell from this angle. I don't have a good view on.
Yeah,
on
they're looking
OSU.
at the code here.
Clearly, the ducks are I would say in a strong like running your NOPs, and they should have like they know they completely understand, right? This, like I said, this could be one of our faster solves because they are absolutely they get it. Now, how long will it take them to build a payload, and can our beavers catch up? Right?
Yes.
That's gonna be the question we gotta figure out. So.
Right. You can see that they are looking up the capstone CS.
And that is a good thing to do, because a lot of people that when we tested this challenge just assumed it was disassembling as the same architecture width. And so actually double checking that call to capstone, checking the parameter, checking that they is actually not a bad idea. I just think we're seeing our duck over here make, like they looked at it and they just knew. They're like, oh, I get this. I understand exactly what this challenge is.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
sometimes you're just like on the same kind of like frequency as the challenge author, and like, I see where you're going with this, and then like, just
Yeah. So MMM, and actually, MMM is a very similar name to PPP, which
Yeah,
is a
what a
common team.
coincidence.
What a strange coincidence. So we mentioned earlier we're seeing a lot of these teams kind of join together.
yeah.
And it certainly, if we look over,
We can see a opcode reference here,
Yes.
which is exactly what you want here. Like, you want to see like what's the opcodes that will disassemble into the NOPs, while at the same time have a different meaning in the 32-bit context.
now again though, I wouldn't say that there is sort of like, once you get the right one that works, the rest kind of flows pretty easily, I feel like. Having seen at least a solution to this, we expect there's probably multiple, but one of them, like once you kind of get the right mismatch, you don't need to build this really complicated payload. It can be relatively straightforward. So I say that to mean that it could be, like, it's not out of reach yet. Like, while I certainly, if I we're in Vegas, if I was going to make a bet, I might put it now on MMM, our Mighty Ducks, but this is not out of reach. There's no question, because if it's okay. Right, so they just found out, for example, floating point NOPs are not considered NOPs because it actually says FNOP.
Right.
So it's FNOP, or however, if you actually pronounce it.
And
So-
I'm also kind of wondering what the hell is FNOP in the first place.
A FNOP? It's a NOP that happens in the floating point instruction space.
Right, but
like-
what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, if memory serves, it's even a funny opcode. I think it's D9D0, because 90 is the regular NOP, and so I believe, I'm not sure, but like, chat, somebody check me out, chat. Open up your binary ninja and type D9D0 and hit P, disassemble it, or we can look here. So we're seeing working over through the NOPs. Okay, we're back in capstone. So have we found out the key yet? So let's see.
Yeah, they're looking at the capstone header. I think they're trying to figure out exactly what the different constants mean, like the different arguments to which is definitely the key to understand this challenge, and to realize like exactly in what way it's disassembled.
Now you can go too far though, right? So like, one of the, I think, the most important things to figure out is how much do you spend into one sinkhole before you move to another topic, or how are you going too deep? Especially in this one, where there is a solution that should be doable in 20-30 minutes, right?
Right, and this is kind of like a little bit like a metagaming thing.
We just saw it at FNOP over there as well too on
Nice,
OSU. So
nice.
they're looking through the different operations.
Yeah, but a little bit like a metagaming thing in the CTF, like because you know that there is a solution, like it shapes how you approach the problem, and like you start thinking about like, okay, what could the author have been thinking about, and so on.
Well, and that's one more, again, I feel like, we saw immediately a 32-64 mismatch coming out of MMM. So that was just somebody who looked at it and instantly thought, if I was making a challenge like this, about like this, here's probably what happens. And then they tested it and it worked. And
that's where like the experience really comes into play.
So Iron, we currently have MMM, which sounds suspiciously like PPP. They're a duck-themed team. The full name is Maple Mallard Magistrates. I call them the Mighty Ducks. And they're playing against the OSUSEC, the Oklahoma State University Beavers. So we have a duck versus beaver match. Coincidentally, and actually, for context, the seating for these challenges, I do see our stream bitrate kind of going up and down. So I apologize for the 720. We are at the mercy of the bandwidth that we've got here. But the good news is we have local feeds, and we will make sure that we put
uploaded videos of this to the recordings.
Yep. We'll do the good ones later. So.
There was also a question here, like they can only use NOP in shellcode. And yes, it's like, yes,
sorry,
no.
I said Oklahoma, didn't I? I meant Oregon. Thank you, Lucas. I apologize. Yes, this is Oregon State University. We're not operating on much.
Is this like the US
sleep.
version of like Sweden, Switzerland?
There's lots of them. I mean, but it's just O universities. There's Oklahoma, Ohio.
Yeah.
I know. Listen, we didn't sleep a whole lot the last few days. Like we've been hard at work getting this done. So that I guarantee you, that's not the worst mix-up that we're gonna have. All right. So I'm starting to see. This is interesting. Okay, so let's go back over to the Ducks, and we've actually got like a payload here. So we're writing. We've got this OXF0 and 1F, or no, OXF is just 0F and 1F. Okay, so we've got a bunch of NOPs that the behavior.
I think they're just brute forcing. They're just trying all different combinations of like opcodes to see.
I don't think so.
Wasn't that like a loop?
I think this is a little different. I think what we're doing is we know something is disassembled wrong, and we're just trying to either like increment a pointer or so. This feels further along to me.
No, you see that they loop over all the 256 values.
Immediate values. No, you're right. I take that back.
They're trying like exploring, basically building up like a playbook, I guess, of like what they have to work with.
I will say that of all the O universities, only one is represented at DEF CON CTF. So by definition, I think you might be right. I think certainly in the CTF community right now, anyway, Oregon State does have that edge on all of their other O universities. So the other thing I think is really interesting, I love looking at the tooling.
Yeah.
Right. Like I love to see like somebody's using BB Edit with very tight like indentation limits, so you can see a lot of code. Like this is sort of personal preference and how people work. Some people are using Vim in the shell, and some people are using actual IDEs, or some people are just using text editors.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious to see more of that as well as we go. And then Hex Fiend as well, just to be able to get a quick analysis. In fact, when this challenge was being tested, one of the things I saw done that I thought was really nifty was open up the binary, and I think you could do this in Geeter or IDA or Binja. It works really well in Binja, though, to be able to just like type a bunch of hex bytes and have them disassembled simultaneously in each of the widths.
Oh, nice.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, actually, no, I take that back. You can't actually have overlapping architectures in IDA or Geeter. But you could easily like wire up objdump, right, to do the same thing. Just disassemble them both side by side.
Yep.
Let me fiddle with a bunch of bytes and work from there. So we're looking through a bunch of these. I think once the right one is found, it'll go quickly.
Right. So is there like one or two operations here that are like key to?
There's at least one that when I saw it get done, when Glenn was producing the answer for, was definitely key. And in fact, we've got plenty of time left, but if we hit like the 30-minute mark or the 25-minute mark, what we'll probably do is go tell them a hint, like the mnemonic that they should be aiming for.
Right.
And that might help them, get a little bit further along. So we've talked before about what happens if teams don't solve this in time. Oh, that's a good looking list. Oh, this is interesting. I see some inks and decks.
Oh, that's useful.
Yeah. What could you do interesting if you could anchor deck a pointer? Well, now I expect we're going to go back and look at, no, you need the actual disassembly at this point though, right? Like, or a debugger. So there we go. We're going to see Ghidra, we're going to see a debugger. I think we've got a gadget, and now it's a question of what can we do with it.
Yeah. It's like incrementing, very, very useful to like either do like self-modifying code or just manipulate pointers.
Just misalign some pointer at something else, right? Like what can we point it at? So
right.
Yeah.
You have an ink ESP there, for example.
There's a seg fault, right? So writing a bunch of those, so we know there's something malicious happening.
Right.
But how are we ensuring that? So Fabio, to answer your question about why they're using a hex editor, they're usually going to be using a hex editor here because they wanted to just enter a bunch of different bytes in and see how they were decoded. How are they disassembled as 64-bit and 32-bit disassembly? Because that's, again, the sort of crux of this challenge, is that the program tells you it's only going to run your shellcode if it only contains all NOPs, but it's not actually true because it's going to disassemble them for one architecture and then run them for the other. And so that's what you're trying to exploit. Let's double check back on our, oh man, this is tempting.
But let's go back over
the
to
debugger.
OSU,
But let's go back to OSU and let's see where we're at over here.
Yes. So they are also looking at an opcode reference now. They've started writing a script. So like they're on the same path.
If they get that ink, they're only a minute behind.
Yes.
Right. Like that's what I say. Honestly, if you've got an ink, they've still got a shot. Again, betting man, I still know as much as where I'd put it. So let's go keep our eye back on the Ducks, see where the Mighty Ducks are at. And we're already looking at memory maps. And if we should keep a vote of Jeff versus, Pwnebag or all the different other options. So here we go.
So they're using Ghidra as well for the.
But like I'm waiting for like. I think they're just so much faster than me because they flip the Ghidra and they flip away immediately. I don't remember if they just remember the disassembly so much.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair,
maybe they just wanted to double check like one small detail. Like you have one question that you want answered, just check.
Look back at it.
Like what was the size of that buffer?
So and again, we've got the choice here between what register do we want to increment, and so that's the key question.
Right.
Which one is most useful? And I will say a debugger also makes a lot of sense here too.
Yeah.
AR, absolutely. I think everybody is impressed, OSUSEC. And in particular, the most impressive thing about OSUSEC is that they're one of the few teams that didn't like combo up with a million other teams, right? Because a lot of these other teams.
To our knowledge, they are like actually just OSUSEC.
Yeah, and it sounds like we've got a lot of their fans in the chat. And yeah, that's super impressive. You definitely get like an underdog vibe. And you want them to do well because they're competing against these like CTF giants that are around for 10 years and they're combined with four other teams.
Going up against like PPP plus friends, like that's rough.
That's daunting.
Yeah,
I've lost a lot to PPP without friends.
We all have.
Over the years. All right, so taking a look in the debugger.
It seems like there's some kind of controlled values in there and some like is that the stack they're looking? Yeah, it's. Looking at the stack pointer, looking at the memory maps. Again, looking at like disassembly.
What RP OSX 64? I don't know that.
No, that's RP++. That's another ROP. ROP gadget finder. I tend to use that one. I think like all the cool kids nowadays use ROPR, but I think before that RP++ was like the good stuff. So I'm still kind of using that.
This is one of the things I'm actually excited about too, right? Is seeing the new toys and tools. Because I don't actively. Oh, we got a little bit of a getter there. Oh, there we go. So we were looking for like it looked like God entries maybe. I saw a list of function pointers. So I haven't actively played CTF in several years now, and so I know enough to maybe make a small challenge an easy challenge, and I know this is going to get destroyed by really good people, but it's fun to see what are the latest tools, what have I kind of missed out on, and watching people do that. So, all right, to recap, we're 19 minutes in, and we've got at least one team. Oh no, we're already in a debugger. Let's go take a look back over actually at OSU because we are in a debugger.
Yes.
That might be a good sign.
You can see them stepping through a whole bunch of knobs, which doesn't really give them anything so far. So I guess they're
Well, but it's going to say NOP whether it is or not in the outputs.
Right.
Did you see what they sent in?
No, but you see in the debugger,
oh,
it's also
right,
listed as NOPs,
right.
and also in the output
Yes.
to the left, it's listed as NOPs.
So they haven't found the key mismatch yet.
Correct.
Or if they haven't found the right gadgets.
Exploited it, yes,
yeah.
or like actually taken advantage of it. However, you can see here over at MMM that you have like a sequence of hex values listed here in their exploit script. So it looks like they are like going somewhere, putting together.
Oh, I wonder if they're putting together a shellcode payload in these immediates. See, it's called Smuggle 32, right?
Oh, nice. I like that.
And
also,
so,
again, nice naming of things.
We've gone boring now. Now it's just X32. So we lost the more interesting name.
Yeah, I mean Smuggle 32, I think.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so an Inky SP. Oh, no. Sorry, not shellcode. Pointers, right? Clearly,
yeah,
executable code.
Yes.
So they're gonna have a this X32, which is gonna let them rot potentially, and they're gonna be able to ink the stack pointer. This sounds like a great technique.
Yes. Increment stack pointer, overwrite the return address, maybe.
And go from there.
Yeah.
And you've got and then maybe either one gadget or multiple gadgets, or like you've got a sort of straightforward shot.
Oh, there's a win function.
Or maybe you could go, oh, you know what though? If a team doesn't actually open this thing up in a disassembler, if they only use a debugger, they won't see win.
Well, they have the source code.
Oh, they had the source code. They had the source code. That's a good point.
But this is definitely the thing that you can because I think it's maybe like at the top of the, it's a small function at the top of the file. If you just scroll past that because you don't notice,
honestly,
and then you build your mental model around a ROP chain or something.
It's the kind of thing that happens a lot in this environment when you're doing a live CTF and you're under pressure and you're on the gun, or you remembered it, but it's 20 minutes later and now you've forgotten it.
Right.
So it's possible we see somebody get tunnel vision and miss that. So
I've done that in several CTFs where there was actually this memory region that was writable or executable or something you didn't see it.
The binary is actually executable, even though because it's running an emulator or something, and you assumed that the permissions were were fixed.
It's it can lose you a lot of hours.
All right, so we've got our Ink ESP pattern. We've got our and we are using Pwn tools, right? So we're seeing Pwn tools. I don't think we have a payload yet. We're still got. Unfortunately for OSU, I think we don't have an understanding yet.
Right.
I think we're kind of lost in the weeds. So this is not looking good over there. We're gonna keep it on the ducks and see if we can see if this will come in.
Right.
Because this is looking really good, right? We've got the ability to misalign the stack, which gets us a return address overwrite, which gets us an instruction pointer, and we've got a win function.
Right. It looks like they're dumping this to a file now.
Do we have ASLR? Do we need to know if it's randomized or is it?
This is.
I believe if the source, if they pull up the source again, the first line of the source was the build instructions that was used to compile that binary.
Okay.
So we would know if they flash to that again real quick. We've got not coding.c. So we're one away. Makes you want to touch the screen.
Yeah, we should have some kind of plugin on their computer.
Yeah, just no, we need to look at this. Well, really, yeah. The later iteration of this, we're going to have more, I think, machines here, but we're already overloading the number of available USB ports, even with several hubs.
Yeah.
So I'm curious. I know there's a lot of Beaver fans in the chat. Y'all still got faith? Are you still in hope, or are you? There we go. See, hanging. So there are still the Oregon fans out there, right? Oregon, I said it right this time? Okay, good. I'll get it right. All right.
You can just keep rotating around.
It's just different O's each time? I mean, they might get
Ohio,
a little offended.
Oklahoma, Oregon.
Switch to all of them.
Yeah.
All right, so.
You can see there, again, doing some
brute force, looking for something else.
Yeah.
So this to me is like somebody stepping back saying, I'm not sure I have all the gadgets. I think that was all the gadgets they needed. I think that was sufficient to win. Glenn, is that sufficient, or is there more to it? We're getting him mostly from Glenn.
Yeah.
And I can't hear him at all. I can't hear you, unfortunately, over there.
We're just going to roll with it and say that, there might need a few instructions. But, it should be able to, because sure, you can increment the stack pointer, right? But then you need to actually modify the value. So you need one more thing to actually,
No, if your buffer is on the stack, then you don't need to do any such thing. You can just return when it points to your, if your input that you send in is on the stack.
Oh, right, yes.
You just need to line it up.
So you do, okay, of course, of course.
So I think a variant of that is possible in this particular binary.
Yeah.
So,
but your input is still slightly constrained then under, like, let's say you would put like a return address or like a something there.
I don't remember the source code if this was like string operations, if a null terminate will break it or not.
I see. Okay, right. Yeah, so you could potentially smuggle it like behind the other stuff, but yeah. But no, you give it binary because it doesn't assemble your.
That's right. That's right. You give it the hex, and it's actually going to put that buffer as those bytes.
Yeah.
Presumably do it.
Right.
5 minutes to a fresh start. No. We have. So they have plenty of time left.
Yes.
Well, so we are coming up on. This is the point where if neither team had made progress, we'd walk over to them and we'd say, you need to misalign your 64, your 32. And you need to find a gadget that's going to let you get the payload. But because we're already seeing once at least one team has sort of made it to that point.
Yeah, and clearly that's the case here.
Which has been for several minutes now.
Yes.
We're not going to do it now. That said, if we come up on 45 minutes, we do hit sudden death mode, and we will switch over. So there is 20 minutes left where if the duck doesn't successfully finish this challenge, in the next 20 minutes, there is still a chance that we go to sudden death, and our beavers could have a chance.
Yes.
So that is absolutely possible.
Yeah.
Let's. All right, I'm gonna just look for a second and try to get caught up here where we're at, because it's a little concerning when I see going back to the well of trying to find more gadgets.
Right.
And I'm wondering. We're still looking for more patterns, but as far as we know, we think there's enough gadgets. There.
Yeah. I have actually not looked at our reference solution for this, so I don't know exactly what instructions it contains. But
I thought it was an ink ESP actually, or an ink or DAC ESP, one of the two, to like misalign the stack pointer into a buffer you controlled.
Right. So we got a question about the sudden death thing. Yeah. So we have this phase. So there's a time limit of 45 minutes. So if they hit that, we will stop the challenge, because then it was, we don't want to drag this on for too long.
So in particular, the whole match on every team versus team matchup really needs to stay under an hour, otherwise the schedule starts slipping and throws off all the other events.
Right. So this.
What's that? All right. Do you want to get on the mic and do it, or you just want to tell us from there? You have a mic over there. Actually, that mic is even still live. So careful rubbing it on things. But if you talk into that mic, it might just be easier to hold it than try to put it on. It's up to you. There we go. So I think we've got Glenn. It looks like your levels are up.
All right, let's see if this is
so
working.
So our producer, Glenn, and challenge author, Glenn, is going to come here. We'll tell you a little bit more, Rakesh, about sudden death in a second. Let's let Glenn talk a little bit more about what the expected solution is here.
All right, so.
And this is why the competitors have those earmuffs on, so they can't hear us as we're talking about all these details.
Yeah, let me just make sure the levels are actually working. All right. So generally speaking, the way that this works is, since you have the difference between x86 32 and 64 bits, you can get what the MMM player has found, which is like a Rex W NOP, which basically on x86 64, it disassembles to a NOP. On 32-bit, it disassembles to like decrement stack pointer NOP. From this, you can gain control over the stack pointer. You can go either direction, but the way that the reference solution works is it just changes the stack pointer to point into the buffer of NOPs that you send to the server. And since the binary is not pi, and so the addresses are fixed, and there's a win function, you should be able to just get the stack pointer such that when the function returns, it returns to the win function.
I think we need to give a hint, and here's
my
proposal.
Need a hint.
Here's the hint that I'm going to give.
Yeah.
I think MMM missed the fact that this does not have pi.
Okay. Should
and
we just
so
tell
they're
them
looking for a more complicated one. But I also think that OSU has missed the 34-64. We can give them the same hint to both of them and help them both out equally, which is that we can tell them they need to double check how these binaries were compiled. we need to tell them they need to check the first line of source code that tells them how the binary was compiled.
Yes.
That will tell them both something useful to the state that they're at.
Yeah.
All right. So do you want to go give them?
I will go. I'm gonna go do that because we did not add like the messaging thing. So
yeah. So
I'll go tell them. So that
or just write a note out and then just hand them each the note.
Right.
Maybe.
Where's your notebook?
There we go.
And
we'll do this. We'll do this now. So we'll give them each that little bit hint.
Yeah.
And to answer. Oh, sorry. Glenn, kill the volume level on that third. Yeah. Mute that. Sorry for the ASMR there on the microphone as we set it down. We got to be like, yeah. I got you, Pen.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
I'm tethered in because I wired my microphone through my vest this last time, so I can't go anywhere.
Looking good, but you can explain
fancy,
sudden death.
Right. So the sudden death plan. Just keeping an eye on our duck just to see if they've got anything else. The sudden death plan is that if we get into a situation where both teammates are stuck, neither one's making more progress. It's not looking like they're going to solve it in time. We have a totally different challenge. We have an easier, simpler, quicker challenge that we will field that is meant to just break a tie, essentially, because we don't want to have like something end where neither one can solve it. So if we get to the point where we have, 15 more minutes, if we get to that point, we will deploy a sudden death challenge. We'll change it and say, sorry, you didn't solve it in the 45 minutes. Here's another challenge, try that. We haven't figured out if that takes too long. We just kind of have to wait till that gets done. So hopefully those are intended to be like the easiest possible challenges that we could do. So that's what we're doing with that. We're writing out the same hint to both teams. First line in the first line of source code. All right, so we're going to tell them that they should each double check how the binary was compiled. I think that'll be nice, both fair and yet also useful to both of them. So we'll go ahead and do that and get that to both the teams. Because what's going to happen here is, again, if the duck can finish this out, if they can actually successfully solve this, they have a shot at it. But if they don't, then they're going to basically kind of be reset. They're both going back to 0 on this new challenge. All right, so the new challenge will be like fresh territory for both of them. So let's switch maybe to the one of the other cameras, and we can see see in the background as Carl's going to go deliver our hints to both competitors, and we'll see if this has an impact on them. And in the meantime, thank you. Thanks. Is it Down or Dawn? I forget. I feel like I should remember this because I know I've seen the handle before. So that's a good question. What is OSUSEC up to? We're just looking at the source again, it looks like. So we have deployed the hint to both players. And it's hard to tell because they're just looking at the... Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Peter. They might need a bigger hint. We could give them both an explicit hint of something like, the binary is not ASLR'd, and this is 64-32-bit misalignment to get them both past the next down. Thank you, down. Or maybe it was down dawn. It could be one of each. So we do have a bigger hint we might have to give to both of them. We will see. I would not be surprised. And it's again, this is one of those things where if you're playing at home, you look at this and you think, oh man, all you have to do is move the stack pointer. You should totally be able to like finish this out. It is so different. It's so different when you are on the camera, when you've been stuck on the step for a while, you get kind of into rabbit holes. You're thinking, surely there's some other gadget that I'm missing. Surely there's some other thing that I need to find. Or if you feel like you just don't even have a way to do it. So let's go ahead and prepare the next hint.
Yep.
That we'll give them in a couple minutes. If one of them starts to make more progress, maybe we'll hold off, and we'll see what happens. If we give them the opcode, we're giving one team what the other one already has. So I think this hint should say, yeah, I mean, maybe we can.
Yeah, let's think. What's the clock at? Yeah, I think. So give it a few more minutes, right? And so there's a question about how long for this. So the idea is that at 45 minutes we will switch to the. And
we start every match on the hour. So we started for us at 4 p.m. Pacific time. So we're 34 minutes in. So we have 11 more minutes before we. So we're. Are we brute forcing? Maybe we're done brute forcing.
Yeah, they removed the for loop.
Okay,
They're
so we're not.
putting some address in there.
This is
or-
test.py. Okay. So this Python quit unexpectedly. Nice. Wait a minute. Exec VE launch. Maybe we are close.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a good sign. Okay. Yes. Oh, look, he's looking for system. Okay. Okay. This looks positive. I think the realization has struck home. I think we're about to watch it come on the home stretch. I still don't see OSUSEC, unfortunately, coming up with that key 3264 insight. Even after they hint that the binary was compiled for 32-bit, but the disassembly is 64-bit. So we're looking for a bin SH string. We're going to pass it as an argument to system.
Right. So they're gonna skip the win function. They're gonna just put the. But this is
Again, there's literally a win function.
Yes.
They just need the address of that.
But
yeah,
luckily this is 32-bit, right? So they can just put the argument on the stack and then just. I mean, it's like
exactly. It's
marginally more difficult.
slightly
like
bit
you
more
would need
work.
to put 2 addresses on the stack instead of 1 address. So.
Yep. As long as there's room, and I believe there is plenty of room
Yeah,
in this
not a
particular
huge
buffer,
loss,
so.
but yeah, definitely it could have cost them.
Okay, this is looking real close. We're getting the
Yeah.
last address in. Let's see if this does it. Yeah, again, we predicted this earlier. We said the win function we gave them source, it's very easy to miss. You 100% can get tunnel vision and until either have forgotten about it or never seen it. In fact, in this case, I wouldn't even be surprised never seen it. Because there's not been a lot of poking around in the.
No, because they were so quick at understanding like what
sort
the
of
source
what the
code.
goal
Yeah,
was.
yeah,
Exactly.
And that's the thing. Then you build this abstraction in your head.
This mental model. Yep.
Yeah, mental model. Like, and this thing just doesn't exist. Like.
There it is. Congratulations. All right, we have a win. Congratulations to our Ducks. I'm excited we didn't need a sudden death. That is our 3rd round complete. We will see you all back here in about 20.
Wait. Hold on. That was just a local. That was just local.
No, it's not. Submitter. It ran.
It did run?
It ran.
Okay.
Right?
No. It's.
Sorry, you didn't trigger it, right? I saw
No.
it trigger on. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're done. All
Okay,
right.
we're done.
Congratulations. Okay. We will see everybody back here at the top of the next hour. Very, very fun match. Thanks to both the teams. We'll see everybody in a few minutes. We out. back, everybody. We are here again, the last round of the day. Apologies for the 10-minute delay on this one. We're trying to hunt out a bad cable. Somewhere in our infrastructure is a bad cable, and it's causing one of our streams to have issues. So we might have some intermittent connectivity for one of our players. Apologies for that. We're going to go ahead and get a kickoff right away. We want to get these team members back to their teams as soon as we can. So let's go ahead and get a countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! And now they're off. Okay, so we've already got the first one downloaded. So and this particular one, actually, can you grab me my notebook over there with our teams and whatnot? This one, we've got the new organizers, and I believe we've got Team Taiwan was the name that they requested, because it's, again, another one of these mega teams that has a conglomeration of many different teams. So we've got Team Balsan, Team 217, Team TSJ.TW. So there's another team that has TW in the name that's Tokyo Westerns,
right.
a Japanese team. But this is the Taiwanese team because it's .TW.
Right.
So let's go ahead
to mix up.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at team. I think Team Balsan should be the one that I've got over here on my monitor. And they are already off, and they're in IDA looking at our challenge. Now, again, you'll notice all of our challenges are named challenge, just the way that our Docker deployment kind of works. The official name of this challenge is called Nerd Sniped.
Right.
And
so what are things you can get nerd sniped by? A lot of things, but yeah. We'll see how that
I
plays
get nerd
out.
sniped by like a Rubik's Cube.
Yeah.
Like a good puzzle maybe.
Yeah, a good puzzle. Could see, maybe something like that.
That'll do it. So we got you 1080p back and going. Hopefully we'll figure out our issue with our HDMI cable, and we'll have much better consistent capture across both team members tomorrow. Something about this cable is like it's heating up or something. We had several hours of testing last night with no problem, and something's going on now. So
yeah.
we'll give that a run. And sure enough, I literally just saw a rename solve puzzle. So we've renamed this function solve the puzzle. So what they're looking for, they know it's a puzzle of some sort. I'm curious if we get someone just kind of running it and interacting with the binary, or if we're going to more static analysis. But actually, yeah, this should be much higher quality with the full 1080. Unfortunately, we don't have even the local recordings. Were also not 1080. They were only in 720 as well. So I apologize. Those first couple matches, we're not going to have the higher quality video for those either. But all 12 other matches from here on out are going to be in high def because we have a lot of these to go. So you'll see your favorite players that won in the first couple rounds. They're going to come back. We're gonna see them again. Oh no, that was cool. What was I didn't notice that website. Have you seen that one before?
No.
I'm curious what that was. So now they're on the Ubuntu repo. They're getting a particular glibc version, which makes sense. That's often common. Now I think for most of these we included a libc if we thought it was necessary.
Yes.
So it's kind of a hint to the teams. Like if we're trying to give out everything that we could, make it as self-contained as possible. And so we'll see. We'll see if that one ends up being useful. But we've got our binary challenge. This one is starting to be a little bit more difficult, though. I would say.
Yeah.
Our challenge difficulty is cranking up.
Yes.
A tiny bit. And we're going to see that kind of trend throughout the whole rest of the weekend.
Right.
I'm sure we'll have some easier ones. Some that somebody finds an amazing solution to, solves it quickly.
Yeah, but on the topic of difficulty, that's. I mean, we have an idea of what's more difficult and what's easier and so on, but of course, we can be wrong. People can have different, specializations in their skill sets and so on. So something that we might think is
in both directions, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Yes. So something that we might think is easy might be actually kind of tricky, and then the other way around. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going on. There's still some the initial reverse engineering going on of the program. For example, this kind of step was not really needed in the previous challenge where we just gave them the full source code
yes.
with names and everything.
And that is as an organizer, you have a lot of levers to pull. You have a lot. It's ironic because we have the organizers here playing, although unfortunately they're on our non-capture screen. Unfortunately, I just had to make sure that we had them lined up right. I freaked out for a second, not realizing yes they are on the right halves. But the team organizers, we're not seeing them. But as a challenge organizer, as somebody making challenges, You can strip a binary. You cannot strip a binary. You can include debug symbols. You cannot have any, so all these.
Yeah, different levels of optimizations.
Yep.
Well, because a lot of optimization also kind of acts as a slight obfuscation
Mild
as well.
obfuscation, yeah.
So we have all seen these optimized mem copies and everything, where you have all these bits magic stuff going on.
Yeah. Yeah, you get vector operations in your mem copies,
right.
and it's so and that's where to some degree you can make an easy challenge hard with just tedious things.
Yeah.
So it is interesting that you see a lot of sort of I would say cheap challenge design where it's like, yeah, we just made it harder by doing X.
Right.
And it didn't make it more interesting. It just made it just slightly more annoying to do the thing that you want. So sometimes a really good, easy challenge is actually you're just really focusing on that one core thing that you want to do, which makes a lot of fun for what we're doing here. So.
Right. So still, that's reversing and trying to name different things. We've seen they name the functions like solve puzzle, and you see some variables getting named like the input. It's all trying to get an understanding of what is this program doing, and there are kind of two parts to it. First of all, what's the intended functionality of the program, and then from there you can start to understand in what way is it acting not as intended. Where's the bug?
Or in this case, where the author intended a bug.
Right.
But in the normal case where it's unintended vulnerabilities, exactly. Yeah. Or in this case, what's the surface level intended? What's it claimed to be able to do?
Yes.
And then what does it actually do that may be different?
Right.
So let's see what we're doing. So and this is nice too, because we're actually getting. This is the first time we've seen a little reverse engineering workflow.
Yes.
Right?
A lot of the other ones have been basically a quick glance at the code or disassembly has kind of revealed what's going on.
Yeah.
Here they actually need to kind of understand what is going on.
Okay, and so we're still sort of starting our framework for our exploit here, but I think it's just getting the menus and interacting with it, right? And so we're looking. Oh, okay. So there's a current puzzle state. All right. So that puzzle looked interesting. That looked like maybe a 9x9 grid.
Yes,
of numbers.
With numbers. Yeah, that could be maybe like a Sudoku.
I think that's a great guess. And of course, we're a little spoiled here, a little tainted knowledge, but this is indeed a Sudoku. In fact, when somebody was kind of playtesting and validating this challenge, we sort of were like, wait a minute, you just solve a Sudoku and that's it? And the author was like, no. That's not actually possible. So it is a little bit trickier than that. So we'll see as our teams discover it's not just a straight put it into a Sudoku solver, get a correct answer, and win. It is going to be a little bit more tricky. And this is one I am almost positive we're going to need a hint on.
Right.
So I'm going to propose at 15 minutes in, if we don't see
progress.
And in fact, actually, why don't you go ahead and take a look at the organizers maybe too?
Yes, I will do that.
And if we're looking for them to kind of have a hint as to what they're doing, indicate that they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, does it come on occasionally? Okay. So it's apparently flickering in and out. Occasionally we're getting our video. We swapped out the capture card. That worked for a while until it didn't. And then we swapped out the USB-C cable, and that worked for a while until it didn't. And so now we're convinced that it's just the HDMI cable itself that is causing trouble. And I think this has been true even if we were direct wired into the laptop. So it's not the capture on the other side. Yes, because we also did swap out the USB-C adapter once too. So we've swapped every component except the HDMI cable, partly because they're taped to the floor and they're a 30-foot long cable. So we got to go and get some. Oh, there we go. I did see a solver pop up briefly. I saw a Sudoku solver.
I was just going to say, also the player from the organizers copy-pasted the current state of the puzzle and they Googled for a Sudoku solver. So we'll see to what extent that will help them. Again, I'm not completely familiar with the intended solution here, but I would assume that it still involves solving the Sudoku, but not only doing that.
It is trickier than that. That's right. So I have a little bit more info. We're still seeing that kind of solver flash in and out occasionally on the display. So there's going to be some memory corruption here.
Yeah.
There is indeed. This is not just now. Although I will say, it is actually a perfectly valid category of challenge in a lot of CTFs, right? Where you would actually do have a more programming challenge or puzzle that happens. And I think honestly, even in moderation, I think those can be fun and enjoyable.
Yes.
Mixed in amongst your traditional like hacking competition.
Yeah, typically they are branded as PPC. It's the category in normal CTFs, which I think is like Professional Programming Challenge or something like this. People familiar with like, ICPC style algorithms competitions or so might find. Although usually they're kind of like framed slightly differently.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like the same general idea there.
Yeah, and there's no security flaw. There's
Right.
really just rather solving some hard mathematical problem with the right algorithm or with the right approach to kind of get it working.
Right.
So,
but that's not the case here. Like there's an aspect of that, but that's not enough. We are doing this is truly a pwnable. There is memory corruption involved.
Although I will say, and I'm looking to see if somebody finds the sort of like win function, like when you have a correct solve correct solve Sudoku. I think we're going to see like, so this function here, they've named it check, returns right whether or not we've successfully calculated a value, a valid solve. This, the result of that is going to determine basically what you call a win function. So it is going to kind of do the win for you. So you already sort of, know that you have to solve it.
Right.
Your just question is, okay, what mechanic will actually get me to solve it? And can I cheat it? Do I have to have a combination of a solver plus a cheat? Like what is that ratio going to entail?
Because at face value, it kind of looks like you just solve the Sudoku and you win.
Yeah. But DEF CON finals, even being in a sort of easy live CTF, I would think people would be like, nah, wait a minute, like there's something here. And I think if you can also, there's not a lot of values here, and so I don't know. Like, I think the idea is that these are just not solvable because there's not enough information in there. Like some Sudoku puzzles are very minimal, but they're designed to be solved, right?
Right.
They're made to be solvable.
I think I remember that. Like if you have 13 digits, you're guaranteed to have.
Oh, is that so?
A
Here we go.
unique
So 1, 2,
solution.
3. Okay, so this one definitely has more than that, but there's going to be some other issues with it still.
I'm not sure if my trivia is correct here, but
not.
I vaguely remember, like, if you have 13 digits, you have a unique solution. You can have a unique solution with fewer digits, but it's not guaranteed.
I don't know that that's true, because I can just give you all of the ones, for example, and all of the
that's
twos.
just 9.
And all the twos, and that doesn't give you enough information to know where all the other numbers are. Maybe in terms of like.
Because like you can so it's high. Maybe it's 21 or something. Then there is a number.
I would believe it.
I'm just
Where's our cracking the cryptic phone a friends?
Yes.
And go to the YouTube stream.
Yeah, great channel.
So here we go. We're seeing Sudoku solver Python. So we're seeing people investigate that. All right. We are now 15 minutes in.
Yes.
I think we should be preparing our hint, because I actually think this one is a little too subtle, and we're going to have to point them in the right direction.
Yes.
Without actually giving them the thing. So
yeah, and we should note this now that even though the time is like 24,
right,
like 5:24, we started a
10
bit
minutes late
because of technical difficulties. So they are only 15 minutes into the challenge.
Correct. So we have more time than the clock looks like compared to the other ones where we started much closer to on time. So we're trying a solver again. So trying a solver on here, which is not going to be sufficient. So I think we need to figure out if there is an official hint from the challenge author. So we've got Glenn over in the production booth, as it were, which is otherwise known as the other side of the table that we're sitting on here.
Yeah.
Is gonna reach out and see if we have an official.
We have like 3 times the number of computers compared to the number of crew members for this setup.
We have a lot of displays and I mean, an order of magnitude more cables, I think, than but it's and once we find out what is breaking our secondary capture, and so it's actually, speaking of which, I'm gonna go ahead and go take a look at the organizers. I want to see if they're making progress.
Right.
While we figure out what we're doing with that hint.
Yep.
If we're gonna give it, and if you guys have any questions about where we're going, let us know.
Yep.
And I'll be back with an update.
Great. So while Jordan does that, we can try to see is that okay. So I've just been informed that the puzzle that you are given is impossible to solve. That's the kind of the trick here. So at face value, everything looks fine. You just need to solve this Sudoku, but actually there is no solution. This is an invalid state for the Sudoku. Once they, and this is something that can really throw you off, right? Because if you take this and like you put it into a solver or something, and the solver says like, nah, there's no solution, you might be starting to think like maybe the solver has a bug, or like maybe the format of my input is wrong or something like this. And only later you might question the impossibility of the puzzle. So this is where they have to then cheat to solve the impossible Sudoku to then get this win function. We can see here on the Bastion screen that they are looking still at the kind of the compilation here, thinking hard about this, trying to figure out like what is going on here, like why is this not working. They have this, it's this check function, right? So they're trying to think about like in what way does this function not behave correctly, maybe? Maybe they have realized that like you're given an impossible puzzle. So let's see, they're gonna try to, seems like they're writing like a small like formatting function. They're looping through like the X and Y axes and printing something. So yeah. Still unsure exactly where they're going with that, but let's see here now they run it.
So a quick update is both teams are taking the sort of wrong approach now, and they're still looking for solves. So the hint they're both going to get is you can't win, you need to cheat.
Right. Which is almost feel like there's some kind of deeper philosophical thing.
I mean, it's a true life statement, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. Yeah, I had a lot of thoughts about that, but let's not go too off
too
topic.
Deep and too, yeah. So here's the other question: do we want to give them a little bit more of a hint? Do we want to tell them exactly kind of how, like, more of a hint as to what they want to check?
No,
I think we have time, right?
No, we have time. Let's do that. And yeah, in fact, well, that's too late now. I mean, I was thinking in terms of like, since this is the last match of the day, we could have afforded like, extending the standard game time. But,
yeah, but
I don't know if it's fair to do that once.
Well, we do it to the same two players. Either way, it's only fair relative to each other. Because every match is different challenges, different conditions, and so to some degree,
right. So you could argue that it's fair,
but let's see. You can't win. You need to cheat. You need memory corruption.
Yes. It's dangerous to go alone. Like take this. Memory corruption.
Take this. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this memory corruption. I love it. All right. Here goes the first hint.
Yes.
We'll see if this gets them on the right track again, or if we need to.
In the meantime, I'm trying to decipher what this script is doing. They have a solve function there, which then will not really help them since you can't solve this. It's still like, a little bit unclear where the players are in this. Unfortunately, we can't read the minds of the players. That would be immensely helpful when doing this type of commentary. We can just try to guess based on what we're seeing on the screen. So, and yeah, again, like if you have any questions or comments from all of you watching this.
I got some smiles. I wish you all could have seen it, but there was like, oh yeah, of course, okay. So they were both, going down the solver approach. So I think we're going to see a lot more IDA now.
Right.
We're going to see them actually dig into the binary.
Right.
And follow it that way.
So that's nice to hear that like the hint was appropriately leveled and that it was useful to the players.
Yeah, I think they both were at a spot where it's going to help both of them. We'll see if either one starts to take advantage of that or not. Okay, yeah. So we're looking at check sec. We're looking at the binary properties. Seeing is
Yes.
And that's actually a great habit to be in too. I really think that a lot of people overlook that. Again, we saw that last one with the Mallard with the Ducks where like it not being randomized, I think added a little bit extra slowdown there.
Right. Yes, definitely.
Because you could have gone straight into
Yeah. This is. I think I have this as a pretty good habit. Like, always run file, always run checksec.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. It's kind of like when you're doing reversing engineering challenges. Always run strings. Always bin walk.
Yeah.
Just like.
Just out of habit.
Yeah.
It's just like the things that you do.
Right.
All right. So let's watch this. Okay. So now we're seeing them actually where we want them. Now they're back to reverse engineering. They're looking for vulnerabilities, and what they're going to do is they're going to use the vulnerability to win. They're going to use the memory corruption to get to not code execution directly, but to the win state. So what they're going to do is they're going to need to corrupt in such a way that they can create a solved board. And they should hopefully still remember this, right? Because they know that the point was to win. They saw that. They saw the win. They saw the win state. They saw that's why they were trying to solve the puzzle. So I think they know that.
Yeah.
The question is, are they going to be able to figure out the memory corruption in time? So that's the question that we're looking for.
And this is kind of interesting, I think, this type of pwnable where, like a lot of pwnables, you have kind of this like standard workflow where you try to gain control of certain aspects of memory.
Yeah, you're it's a pointer overwrite, or it's something that gets you a memory write, so you can get a pointer overwrite.
Like to a ROP chain, to like, but here you're just doing kind of like, maybe we would call it like a local memory corruption. You're just like.
Or it's not quite a logic vulnerability in that it is memory corruption, but it's not useful. It's not being used for control flow hijacking. You're using it specifically to just
change the behavior
of the state and change the behavior, the functionality through its normal legitimate means, but by entering a memory state that it didn't intend for you to enter.
Right. So in a lot of these cases, for example, like the program wouldn't crash, for example, with the if the exploit is like slightly.
Yeah, you just failed to get a correct puzzle. It's just not solved, right?
Yeah.
Which is not to say that they couldn't crash with this vulnerability necessarily. Totally. It depends on how it's actually constructed. Yes. But there are certainly there are cases where an exploit isn't actually exploitable in the direct code execution state. It is rather just by exercising some other logical state of the program.
And I think in general, like everything we say here about like the pwnables and like general ideas, there are a lot of like ifs and buts and stuff like to all of these and exceptions. But we're trying to make some broad strokes here about different types of challenges.
I'm a little nervous. This one feels like the first one we might have to unleash a sudden death. I'm hoping we don't.
Right.
But I like the challenge because like like we were talking about, I think it has that good twist that you're gonna not get a pointer overwrite, but you're gonna influence the state of the binary. So I'm hoping, and we've seen great work from all the teams so far. So we know we have high quality people. We'll see how it's going. This is also, I say, one of the larger binaries. We all get very small binaries, very, very self-contained.
Yep.
This was a little bigger. It's still, I think, small on the CTF scale of things, which in CTF is smaller than real-world binaries.
Oh, yeah.
But relative to the live CTF binaries, this is larger than some of them.
Yeah, luckily they don't have to, sift through a 300 megabyte binary.
What? Who doesn't love, sorting out massive binaries?
Yeah, I think I remember opening the Minecraft binary in IDA at some point. Then I went to bed and continued the day after.
Still,
no, I think it was just barely finished, but it took 8 or 9 hours to analyze that.
Yeah, big binary or even obfuscated binaries can take a long time to analyze for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. So let's look. We're seeing an int 64 int.
So making sure the types are correct.
That's good. I think analyzing the types is useful. Although what I will say is that just looking at decompiled code is maybe not the best way to analyze any kind of type issues, right?
No, I think it's it's a good start to give you the big picture, but then at some point you might have to drill down on things. And I think this is also kind of interesting again with different types of pwnable challenges. Some pwnable challenges, the bug is obvious and the exploitation is difficult.
Absolutely.
And then you have these more reversing heavy pwnables where you have to figure out very complex data structure. But once you have kind of sorted everything out, the bug just appears. And then from there it's typically not that hard.
Yes. And I think our previous examples, several of our previous challenges were more on the side of it's obvious where the bug was, but actually landing it was sort of the tricky. Like we
Right.
just let you run syscalls,
Yes.
but which ones? That's the tricky part. Like actually your payload, the execution. Same thing with like NOP coding. Like we just ran your bytes, sort of. You had to like do that. It's, I think those sort of like shell coding heavy and those sort of like constrained environments are some of my favorite challenges. Probably because I'm just bad at the like the more I don't want to say tedious, but the more in-depth long-term reverse engineering.
Either so I mean, I'm more of a reverse engineer myself, so like I like those things. But then, for example, when you get to these like complex heap exploitation things, then I'm completely out of luck there.
Well, there's always just kind of familiarity and experience with it. One of the things I was going to mention, and I say this that I don't do the reversing heavy ones as an author of a reverse engineering tool.
Well, maybe that's why you built the tool, right?
But that's also why I have coworkers who are much better at it than I am. That's the other. I highly recommend that approach. One of the things that I was going to comment on is that I like one of the things that Ghidra I think really does well, that a lot of both IDA and Binja have actually changed as a result, is their side-by-side view. Having the synchronized side-by-side decompilation with this assembly, I think was a really important improvement and kind of like the standard workflow. And so now you'll see IDA and Binja both have much better split pane, synchronization, those kind of workflows. Very much inspired. I mean, I assume Ilfak also was inspired and was like, oh yeah, that's I like the way the Ghidra does that too. But certainly from Binja's perspective, like we definitely did that as well.
Yeah.
So I do think it's good seeing difference. Oh, here we go. We've got. Oh no, is that the same? That's just the same screen. But we are.
So they're looking at libc. Trying to download like the appropriate libc version, right?
Yeah.
So they're using this web page where you can like put in offsets for different functions to like
to match up with
like fingerprint the libc version and then download it. So most of the times I think you need like 2 offsets and then it will match to which version of libc is running. So again, when we're building these challenges, if we don't think they need libc, we're not providing it.
Now, that's not true in all competitions, though. So, they may not trust us yet. Right?
I think this is like, it is a convention among, I would say, like, experienced organizers within this.
Right, because why make that an extra
fun.
Tedious step that it's just mechanical and you just go to the, we all know about the website, we all know how you would do that.
However, if you come up with a solution that's different than the intended one, you might have a solution which does require libc, and then you might go this route anyway.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily bad. It is just, it should be a hint that maybe you're not taking the intended route.
Right.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that you're wrong, but you might be venturing into like unknown territory.
All right. So let's be thinking about our next hint, because like I said, I'm a little concerned. We might need to do a different one.
Yes.
Oh no! Triple tap control and get the spoken dictation pop up. I'm gonna go. Oh, nope, that's just somebody else in the background excited about something.
Yeah.
I thought for a second we had a surprise win and we're off screen. I'm going to go ahead and check in with, was it Organizers is Organizers.
Organizers is unfortunately not being captured. So we're kind of in the dark there.
So I'm going to go see if I can get a little bit more of an insight. Hopefully we're making good progress there and I can come back with a little bit of an update.
Yep. And then maybe then go ahead with some hint then based on current status. Yeah, again, they're looking at like figuring out like libc versions or downloading like an Ubuntu image. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but yeah, we'll see if we can manage to kind of like see in what direction they're going with this. But yeah, it would be very interesting to see like if they have kind of figured out where this check function is going on. Unfortunately, I don't have like the reference solution, so I'm not like super familiar with like exactly where it's doing something incorrect. But yeah, it's also going to be interesting to hear then what the organizers are up to, if they have good progress. So we're also kind of a little bit in the dark on that, but hopefully I think we are going to give them a hint. I'd say Jordan and Glenn are discussing a little bit, but what's the exact hint that we want to give them here to point them in the right direction. It's, yeah, you can see here in the lower corner here, we have from time to time, we have the organizer's screen like flickering in and out. Unfortunately, that's the tech situation right now. And in the meantime, I can give you a little bit of an update on the combined scoreboard for the DEF CON CTF. We have still like a fairly tight race. We have a span of about 18,000 points for the leaders, Katsabin, down to 14,000 points for the team in 16th place. So definitely still, like, everyone is definitely still in the game, with top 3 being Katsabin, MMM, and Perfect Roots, and they are all within, like, less than some percent or so of each other. So it's or maybe like 10% of each other. So yeah, definitely a good competition there.
Sorry,
Jordan is coming back here. So what's the status? What's organizers doing?
We're gonna need some hints. They're both still looking. I don't see any kind of progress.
Right.
So we're gonna drop a hint.
Yes.
The hint that we're gonna there's a couple of hints we considered. One is, have you considered fuzzing? Because literally just sending in a bunch of bytes will actually overwrite your game state.
Yes.
Right. So that's the key thing that they need to figure out. That if they send in just a too big of a solution, it will actually corrupt the state, and they'll get weird boards. And then it's a matter of, oh, okay, how do I now create a board that would be solvable?
Right.
So one that we considered. The other one was don't let yourself be boxed in to your solution. It's a Sudoku puzzle. That's a little probably more obscure. So
yeah.
I think we're going to go with just how big is your solution again? Question mark. Or how many bytes is your solution? Question mark. As our next hint, and I think we're going to need to give them that because there's still some work to be done.
Right.
And we want to give them both a shot at getting it. Otherwise, we're going to go to our sudden death. So that's the hint we're going to go with.
In the meantime, we had a comment here from Kigef. These seems interesting sea challenges. I think I would try them all, but I'm sure I would take a lot longer.
I would too.
Yeah.
So that's okay.
But it is like a good idea. I mean, in general, for CTFs to try out challenges after they've been solved. Normally, for a lot of CTFs, people publish write-ups, so you can try the challenges that you didn't manage to solve, and then kind of use a write-up or so as a reference, and guide your attempt as well to learn more. I think the idea is that we are releasing all the challenges. It might take a few days for us to recover from this weekend. We have 15 matches, so another 11 matches to go after this one. But yeah, we will definitely publish them. And then yeah, you can even organize your own mini tournament in your own CTF team or hacker space. I know that I heard from before the competition that Shellphish actually did some practice for this tournament by doing a small mini competition of their own within the team, which I think is really
it paid off. At least it appears it paid off. They were as one of the winning teams.
Yeah, we'll see how far they can go. So we have the hints prepared. Jordan is going to go and hand that off to the players. We are, what's the clock at? So we are, 5:45. So we are 35 minutes into the game, which just means that we are running up against the sudden death clock here. Let's see if they can manage to figure out this. On the other hand, this is also kind of a similar situation to the previous challenge where we were 35 minutes into the game and then it kind of just clicked for one of the players and they managed to go all the way. So it's going to be really exciting to see what's going on. Still a bit difficult to kind of get a read on Balson's progress or their understanding of they're kind of looking at the code, probably thinking very hard about. You can see the mouse moving around, trying to build this mental model of what's going on. You're kind of running the code in your head, what if this has this value? Like, how does that
It's
propagate?
probably the least interesting part of a live CTF, right? That's the only downside when you have a more reverse engineering heavy challenge.
Yes.
Is that you're just seeing people like maybe name stuff if you're lucky or add
Yeah.
comments, but most of the time it's just looking at it.
Right.
And what you're getting closer when you start seeing a crash in a debugger and a payload being written.
Yeah.
And we don't have that yet. I'm going to go ahead and keep an eye on the organizers just briefly.
Yeah.
And see if we get any kind of that similar progress.
Right. So we have.
Oh, okay. We did have a comment somebody else pointed out. Thank you for clarifying. The reason that somebody was looking for the libc was to actually run it, because if you don't have the same VM handy, you can't run that libc. So you can just grab the libc from another version of Linux to be able to run the binary. So that is a completely valid reason that you might do that.
Yes.
Probably just easier to maybe look at a previous stream, or have we actually? I don't think we've told people what platform that all of our challenges were created on. That's actually a good note.
Yeah. So
for future things we should, because that's again normal in a CTF, happens all the time. You have to figure out the OS that it was created for, match version information and whatnot.
Right.
Not our intention to make that part of the challenge here.
And it's the thing. It's like Ubuntu 22 was somewhat recently went in like LTS release, and a lot of people haven't updated to that yet. I will accept like shared responsibility on this, because update your computers, people. But
2004, 2204 would probably be the Ubuntu. It's most common, or Debian.
Yeah.
Certainly it's frequently. But all right, I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the organizers. I'll be back and we'll see how it's going.
Awesome. So I was talking about something when it comes to these challenges. Trying to get back on my train of thought there with. Oh yes, so with this looking at another player, looking at code, trying to figure things out. A lot of times when I talk to people who are not experienced CTF players or don't know what CTFs are, you often get the question, was like, oh, is this some kind of like esports thing, or like couldn't you make this into some kind of like esports thing? And to an extent, this is kind of what we're trying to do here, but of course it has its shortcomings, that like some aspects of CTF is kind of like watching someone else take a maths exam. It's occasionally not the most exciting. So we're really trying to, by adding this commentary and trying to understand what the players are doing, we're trying to make this an interesting and educational experience for all of you viewers there. So I hope you do enjoy this, and that you're going to have some takeaways, and definitely check out the challenges afterwards to also kind of get a feel for that's some of these might seem simple, but when you're sitting here and actually trying to do it, you have to consider and take into account all of these like small little details. Like if you're just off by one, like a small bit somewhere, like the whole thing doesn't work, you need to do all this troubleshooting, debugging. And I think I mentioned it earlier, but like when you're writing exploits, you are essentially, it's like software development, but with your like hands tied behind your back. You don't get like all the nice tools and helps and error messages that you get like during normal software development processes, where you have all of these modern tools to help you. But here you're kind of like, you're trying to bend something in a way that was not like intended to be used. You're messing with like a state of memory and so on. So you really have like everything stacked against you, and that is like a big part of the challenge when doing these ponables, these memory corruption challenges. Looking here at the code here, we can see that the Battlestar player is writing some small helper function here to send a number. Maybe they're gonna try to use this to try to send different number of numbers, and see if they get any kind of reaction out of that. Haven't really seen yet what. Oh, so now they're gonna send like 1,000 zeros. That's interesting. So a comment here like, yeah, it's unsolvable. Yeah, like the Sudoku itself is unsolvable, and that's kind of like the twist of this whole thing. That's at face value, just solve the Sudoku and win, but then it's unsolvable. So yeah, that's kind of like the recap for people just recently tuning in. And speaking of recap, just to tell you again a little bit about what we're doing here. So we're here in Vegas on site at DEF CON, so organizing this live CDF as part of the official DEF CON CDF. So this is kind of like a sub-event where all the 16 participating teams participate in this like single elimination knockout tournament, where in each match the teams send one player to go head-to-head against the other team to be the first one to solve a relatively simple CTF challenge.
I mean, relatively is relative.
Yes, and that's
So-
I really want to stress relatively.
And I want to be clear. I wouldn't personally solve half of the ones that we're fielding in the allotted time. We tried some of them, and I could get them, but maybe take a little bit longer. So I have a lot of respect for these people. They're all very, very good, and they're dealing with the pressure of being on camera. There's a crowd standing around them, watching them. It is. It can be.
Cool.
It can be pretty nerve-wracking. So I'm predicting. Oh, that is quite the visual effect there.
Yeah, the photosensitivity warnings here.
I think it's only on our monitor. I don't see it on
No,
stream.
it's on stream as well. Yes, we have some
Yeah, so
glitching. Not sure what that's about. Feels like our whole infrastructure is slowly melting. So we will.
no, it's fine. Stay with us. Wow, that is unusual.
Yep.
Um,
Maybe we're getting hacked by the players, like through the HDMI cables.
they're playing the other game, the
Yes.
other CTF
Yeah.
challenge.
I mean, we would
You
be
know.
lying if we would say that we did not have a discussion about like what shenanigans could the teams
Yeah, and-
try to pull off.
and how we would
Yeah.
measure against it or what we would do. So
Doing that kind of like threat analysis or threat modeling against.
we
Yeah.
have 3 more minutes. We have
Wow.
3 more minutes
Wow.
until it's gone. This has been a very fast 45 minutes. It's looking unlikely that either one. I did see some debugger action.
Yes.
I'm going to make one last pass. If we see somebody very close, so they're making progress, we might be able to give them just a little bit extra. But basically, we're about ready to deploy. Or if they absolutely want to extend it. That's not a bad idea. We can both ask both. If they both say they want to extend it, we'll let them go because they're the last one.
Yeah, and if so, the rules are if one of them says they don't like they want to go sudden death, then we go sudden death. If
That's
both of them want to
exactly
extend
right.
it, then it's fine.
Exactly right. I'll go see what they say.
But ask them like independent, like one on one, like to not give any like pressure. Yeah, I mean it would be cool to see a solution on this, and I think we do, since we have been keeping up with the schedule, we do have that kind of time. But again, it's difficult to say what the players want. Like this is also kind of like kind of game theory thing. Like, do you want to go to sudden death or not? Like it's a high risk environment, right? When you're going to do this super fast. Do you think that because you don't know the progress of the other player? Like, do you think you have better progress than the other player in this challenge right now? And if you don't, do you think you have a better chance at beating them in the sudden death one versus catching up with them in the current challenge? It's definitely not an easy decision to make by the players. So what's the verdict?
What do you think? What would you, if you're in their shoes?
Oh no, I would say extend it.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay.
Absolutely.
Nice. So
Absolutely.
we have a game here.
Yeah. So I'm happy with this because
Yes.
I don't want to change the rules
Yep.
in a way that they're unhappy with, but
Yes.
they both want to solve it. Nobody wants to give up on a challenge.
No.
That you've been working hard, that you have a little bit of an idea.
Right.
I'm glad. I really want to see them see this through.
Yes.
We'll let them go. It's the last one of the day, so we're not running over anything else. I'm actually kind of excited.
No, 100%. So, story related to that. So, I was playing in the qualifiers for the DEF CON CTF with our Scandinavian team, Norse Code, and I was basically sitting all weekend with one challenge. So, I mean, I took breaks and met some friends and stuff, but there was a lot of hours.
This is Perry's challenge.
This was Paris
Yeah.
challenge. It was the crypto pwnable thing. So after, I don't know if I spent, I don't remember if it was like 10, 20 or 30 hours on this, but regardless, I solved it like 2 minutes after the CTF ended.
Yep.
And that, I mean.
On the one hand, it's crushing, and on the other hand, though, you still solved it.
Yeah.
You still solved it.
And that's the thing, like, when the time ran out, like, I could have just stopped because, like, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, we're not going to get any points. But I was so close. I did not want to stop there.
Yep.
Yeah. So the only kind of like saving grace for, or what you want to call it for that, was that in the end, solving that challenge or not would not have affected whether we qualified or not.
That would have been crushing. That's a little demoralizing.
Yes,
when it would have been the difference.
Luckily, even if with those points we would have been just below the qualifying limits.
Yeah. So at least you had clarity there either way.
Yeah, I was comfortable with that. That was fine. And also that means that I could be part of this without having to like betray the team, right? So yeah, turned out okay.
So we are.
There's a question here about whether it was NCAT. No, this was the. It was a crypto pwnable challenge. It was about like a function closure thing. C++.
We could go ask. Yeah, Perry. She's somewhere. So she just was in the room. She just left.
Right.
But yeah, I've heard a number of people that worked on that.
It was a great challenge. Like I enjoyed it a lot. But it was tough.
Okay, so we don't have a hard time limit now. Now it's basically we're just going to let it go until either we are convinced it's going to take way too long, or we'll see at this point. But they both want to keep going. I would love for one of them to get it. It not only means we get to save one of our sudden deaths, but I think it's just way more fulfilling for them and for the audience to see kind of like the hard one solved. So we're looking forward to it. It is interesting that we've got ROP gadget address just kind of coming out. It looks like a template. I think that this existed because hopefully they have an idea that is.
But we are seeing like someone is writing something very deliberate here, right? This is like to print out the board somehow, but let's see. They are trying to see. I mean, this like double loop there is to print out some state, but that part above. You see something where they're like cutting off, they're swapping. All right. Oh, is this just to
generate
a solution that they?
I mean, I would just search the internet for solve Sudoku board and copy and paste it. But if that is what they're doing, that would be valid too.
Right. So the idea is that you want to kind of like overflow and stuff to like basically insert, to modify the state into something that's either solvable or already solved, so they need to have that.
Okay, so we're seeing interesting. We're seeing calculations. We're seeing length calculations. Unfortunately, I was hoping we get some more video from the new organizer. Oh, it came in briefly.
Yes, there was some debugger output there, right?
Yeah, yeah. We'll leave it up for a second and just kind of show them both, and we might be able to see a little bit. Yep. See there, it's coming on. Man, that's tantalizing. That's so mean.
Yeah.
This cable has been.
Yeah, we might have to do some shopping.
Oh, there is definitely a shopping run tonight.
Yes.
So we should be able to have this solved and out of the way. And that way we got a long day, 8 hours tomorrow of hopefully uninterrupted stream.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see if that turns out to be the case. I mean, given that it's only been, we've swapped out the capture card, the USB-C cable. The HDMI is the only thing we haven't swapped out, but it's been that same side of the table consistently.
Yes.
That's been having these problems. Yeah. Makes me think that we've just got an HDMI cable that is suspicious. So we'll see if we can get that going. All right. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and do another in-person look. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at new organizers. We'll be back with an update shortly because debugger's generally a good sign.
Yes. I saw. Oh wait.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
I saw like a bin bash string in the debugger there somehow. But that doesn't really make sense, right? Because there's
I mean, with the intended solution, that doesn't mean they're not going to do.
Oh no, yeah.
And there also is the. So I'm trying to remember how the win function runs. It may just show. It may be from the win function on the stack as well too. I don't remember, but no, they shouldn't be getting to that.
Yes.
Let's see. I don't see the.
In the meantime, I wanted to take just ask people who are watching whether you are like is anyone here in Vegas attending DEF CON, or are you watching from all over the world? Like, who do we have here?
I think we saw someone from Kenya even chimed in earlier.
Oh,
and
wow.
said that they were watching, so we know we do have some worldwide watchers.
It's gonna be interesting to go and see those analytics afterwards, see who's watching. But yeah, it's do we have any people? So and. By the way, like if if you're here at DEF CON, feel free to come by in the CTF area.
We probably won't be able to talk a ton, but hopefully we get
like
some
if
breaks.
you come during matches, you can watch the matches. If you come between matches, you can have a chat with us. Hopefully, if we're not panicking. Someone's watching from the CTF floor. Okay, nice. And also from Europe in the hotel room, giving your feet a break. Yeah, that's a wise decision, I think.
I'm ready for my feet, my throat, like several parts of me need a break.
Oh
at this point.
yeah. I mean, we've been talking here for like
okay, so
several hours
this
now.
is interesting. These those ASCII values are being converted to integers on this. So we're looking at a debugger dump of the game state,
nice,
right? So
nice.
we do see the game state, the zero. You know, it's really obvious to see those numbers.
Cool. Yeah, and you can see. Look at that base thing there. You have like generating a list of integers from 0 to 96, which is interesting. Is that, yeah. We have watchers from Estonia, Brazil, people who are saying they want to go visit DEF CON in the future. Yeah, I think DEF CON is like, it's a cool event to visit. It's.
I think they're trying to increase the amount of streaming and online presence as well too. So you probably will be able to find other streams. I think there's even some webcam, like 360-degree webcam, virtual cameras they're putting up in a couple of the rooms where you can watch what's going on. So they're trying to improve like the accessibility. I mean, I'm certainly with COVID in general, most conferences have tried to adapt better for. Oh, okay, we have somebody watching right next to our camera. Let's hope they don't bump it.
Yeah. But anyway, again, checking the code here they're writing. I'm trying to get a better feel for what they're doing. Like. Again, they're generating like a list of numbers.
Okay.
Oh, so they need to find like the right offset for their overflow.
This actually looks really good.
Yes.
This actually does look really good. I'm
because
glad
like
we let them
once
go.
they finish this.
Yeah. If they can get the right offsets.
Like
let me go look at the other one, but we might be closing in.
Yes. So that's really cool. Like we can once they get that thing, it's gonna be really quick. Like we are probably gonna miss. There's a big risk we're going to miss like the moment. But so basically, if I'm reading this correctly, what they're trying to do is like find the offset in memory. Like they're overflowing something, and then like how far into this do they want to put whatever they are placing there, which should be the solved or solvable state. Yeah, they might definitely be onto something. They're switching the numbers around a little bit. Maybe it's that they switched the zeros to a 1, which seemed to have crashed the program, and then checking why this is happening. Yeah, we have someone from Morocco as well. Cool. That's it's cool to see we have people all over. I guess I'm trying to like work out like what time it is across the world at the moment. But but the people watching from Europe, it's like in the middle of the night there. So that's dedication. Hope you're enjoying it. Trying to see here, then they're just quickly looking at the disassembly again. Trying to maybe looking for some specific offset or so. Yes, they did get some specific offset to put a breakpoint there, right? And then they're also looking at the base. To make the breakpoint and or maybe not the breakpoint or the offset where to inspect the memory. Oh yeah, people saying they're watching from like definitely middle of the night. Awesome. Netherlands represented as well. So I'm seeing some interesting stuff there, but what did you see from the organizers? From the organizers?
Yeah, so I mean, I hate to take bets.
Yeah.
Because I've lost a lot of money at this table so far. If this was a gambling arrangement, I would not be doing so well. But I also feel like I tend to favor my side of the table.
Yeah.
And then we've had all these surprise victories from the other ones pop up several times. But all that said, I do think Team Taiwan has a little bit of a lead. So looking at the new organizers, we've got a script. It has a bunch of a mixture of GDB, some Pwn tools, and then as well as sending inputs and kind of breaking in. I didn't get the sense that they had an overall plan for what to do.
Right.
But again, definitely the one thing I've learned is that I don't know what I'm doing anyways. Like it is really hard to understand exactly what's going on in their heads, and so you're not always right. Whereas I will say, it certainly looks like with that offset, right, that we were seeing a valid solved Sudoku, trying to find the right offset to line it up, which sounds like, from what I understand of it, is the intended solution. So we'll see.
Yep. It's
Can we get some confirmation? Is the solution, if is it just misaligning the correct board, a certain number of bytes, will that trigger it essentially? Any correct board at the right offset. So just put the right amount of padding bytes in, and then it will overwrite it the right. Say again.
Yep.
Then you mark it as solved. Yeah. Oh, just send anything, and it will just mark it as solved.
Right.
Okay.
So what our producer there said was that you send a solvable state, you overwrite the state with the solvable one, and then you just send something to like trigger the recheck and like have it be solved, and then you get the win there. We can see here they are like working out in a text editor. I think
yeah,
like
it still looks like they're trying to solve the state as it exists, not overwrite the state with their solve. Like, so what I saw, but I wonder, I'm a little afraid they got the overwrite, but if their exploit didn't try to like send another round for validation, it like overwrote it, but then never.
Oh wow, that would be terrible.
So it is possible that they essentially had the right solution,
that's painful.
just didn't re-trigger it to be able to actually get to the win function. So we will see. We're only a little bit late, especially actually we have 2 more minutes before the original length of this, and we're letting it run long just because of the last one of the day. And we prefer they have a chance to do it if they can, but our voices will give out, and there will be some point which we say, sorry, we're cutting you off. But none of us want that to happen, so we'll see.
Yeah, we're taking a bet here and hoping this will work.
We're also about to lose power on our chat.
Yes.
Tunisia, excellent, welcome.
Yeah, I've been to Tunisia for a CTF competition.
Have you really? I think I got invited to speak there one time at a conference, and there we go.
So
let's see if that actually powers it. I don't know what this is plugged into at this point. Yeah,
we have power on one of our screens here. That's
all right,
great.
good. And that one.
We also have like a graphical glitch on the mouse and screen.
But it's just blocking the ads, so I'm okay with it. That sounds great.
Okay,
I wish all of my graphics glisses just blocked out ads as I surfed on the web.
So as an employee of a big ad tech company, I will have to
a large tech company whose revenue might depend heavily on ad.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. Are you allowed to run ad blockers? No, I'm not gonna make you talk at work. I'm not gonna make you talk at work. all right. I'm not gonna do that. All right. So here we go. So this still feels like we're trying to solve it. I don't see the exploit. Like, I don't see them actually like exploiting it.
Well, I mean, this might still work. Like, if their idea is to just like overwrite a couple of values and then make it solvable and then put it into solution. Like,
but
it's not a fast solution.
They're going to inherently have to overwrite the whole thing, though, right? Because they're just linearly overwriting
well,
it.
I mean, it might be that they think that they can only overwrite like the beginning of it or something like this.
You're still going to have a null at the end. So no, not necessarily, because it's going to convert in red. Yeah, no, that's okay. That's fair.
I mean, it could work. Like, it's not the intended play, but it could probably work. So yeah.
Unless there's a question mark at the very end of the puzzle. If there's an unallocated one at the very end, that would have to be, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right. Few more bits. Thanks everybody for hanging with us. This has been like just utterly exhausting and super exciting. Just as a quick recap, from our earlier games, we had a nail biter of a finish at the very beginning from Shellphish versus PTB WTL.
Oh yeah, like they were, I think, within a few keystrokes of each other.
Yeah,
like you can't get a
unquestionably.
tighter match. Like
I know.
we were looking at one screen as they were
About to declare a winner.
Yeah, and then
when
the
all
other
of a
one
sudden
won.
it popped. It just was so quick. Yeah. So that was fantastic. Make sure you go back and check the replay on that one. We're gonna end the stream today when we're done with this particular challenge. Oops, sorry about that. If I hit the microphone. We're gonna end the stream today once we're done with this challenge, and we wrap it up. But we'll be back tomorrow. A long day tomorrow. So the stream is gonna run for 8 hours straight. Actually, I guess 9 at least because we've got 8 challenge. No, that's right. Eight total hours.
Eight
Each
hours.
one's a 1 hour thing.
Yeah.
We'll see. We may end up needing a break. Well, we're going to try to get breaks by trading off. You're going to see some guest commentators. We're going to have some other people come in and fill out different roles.
Should we? I think it was already written on Twitter, but the idea is to have we have a live overflow. Hopefully joining in, and Camoso, Brandon Falk. So 2 popular people in like the security content creation space.
I'm excited. Looking forward to chatting with both of them, and I'm also looking forward to have a break. And as we each get to maybe alternate every other round, so one of us will get to take a rest, and also make sure we give our producer Glenn a break as well. So we'll be cycling through that. We've got a variety of different challenges. Maybe for any of the teams that happen to be listening, we want to talk about like the overall types of challenges that we have. No super spoilers, but like I will say, I think we're pretty representative.
Right. There
We've
is
seen
a
heavy opponent focus, a little bit of RE.
Yes.
There's certainly a little bit like shell coding or constrained exploitation. Solution.
Just having a quick look here again.
Yeah, trying to get caught back up.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So they have a solution there, right? So their solve script.
This is, I mean, they have a solved solution, but
yeah, there's a hashtag free Jordan, Glenn, and Kalle in the chat. So yeah, just to clarify, that's my nickname, or like then so yeah, in the chat.
Hack harder. Thank you.
Yes.
I mean, if thank you, Negasora, this random person who showed up in our chat. Certainly not the author of this particular challenge that is stymied our opponents for so long. So
right.
Yeah, but you're not wrong. If they just would hack harder, we could take a break and we could
get some dinner.
So let us consider it is. I would say we are going to have to hit sudden death pretty soon because we're looking at another several minutes of sudden death as well. So we'll take a look. Maybe I'll take one more pass at new organizers. We'll talk about having a queuing up a sudden death. We'll kind of consider what we want to go.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and give a bit of a just use a data glove. What
is a data glove? That's a reference I don't get.
Isn't that the game controller thing? That's
the power glove. That's a power glove. Yeah.
Oh,
but child of the 80s, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, yes, that's like
Sam,
from before I was born.
Sam, no trolling. No trolling.
Please stay.
No,
no.
No. We will find you. You're in the room. We remember this. No.
Yeah, we don't talk like that. That's
yeah. Don't use it. Yeah. Next you're going to be asking for network forensics or something crazy.
Yeah. We might call the goons.
Yeah. Have them take you out of the room.
Yeah.
All right. I'll go check out new organizers and we'll be back.
Definitely. I'll give an update on the DEF CON CTF scoreboard in the meantime. So we have like a slightly larger spread now. With like spanning from just below 14,000 up to just above 18,000 points between the 16th and the first place, with Katsubin in first place, MMM in second place, and Perfect Root in third place. And if I'm not misremembering, I think last year we did have like a top fight between Katsubin and PPP as well. They have kind of pulled ahead, those two teams, and created like a slight gap down to third place. So I do think this like mirrors some of what we saw last year with regards to like the standings. But this is only the first day of the DEF CON CTF. A lot of stuff can happen. This is like far from over. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that throughout the weekend and give you updates. It's, yeah, I mean, if you're here in the CTF room, you can see this really funny visualization the Nautilus Institute had put up. It's like some 3D animation of like a bunch of weird machines, one for each team, like spitting random objects at the other teams, like showing, I guess it's showing like who is attacking whom. Possibly there's like seashells and stuff flying around. You know, I guess there's some joke about like shells and seashells, and you know that. But again, taking a look at the screen of Balson here, I'm still not entirely sure. They have this like partial solution, or like a solution. They have split up the solution into two parts, and then trying to send some, like they're sending some data, and then they're sending the other solution. Still not exactly sure what's going on. So we have explanation: data handler, crazy keyboards. Yeah, I will have to look that up afterwards. But yeah, I'm still thinking power gloves would you know, really help out in this situation. Maybe you could have them like you know, different like ROP gadgets and stuff mapped to the different buttons and stuff. That's you know, the way to go. Anyway, you can see them like in the debugger here, inspecting the memory there a little bit. So them looking at the global variables. You can see you have the standard in and standard out object, and then further down they have these objects, and you can see the byte values there in the like the middle of the printed out block with the different digits of the Sudoku solution. Yeah, it feels like they are very close to getting it, but still like a bit unsure exactly what's going on. Yeah, we have Jordan coming back here now, so we'll get an update on where we are.
We are going to give them a sudden death hint. We're going to give them a hint that is just because here's the thing that we have missed talking about it so far. I was looking back over with the example solution, and the nuance here is that there's a length check that has been kind of showing up a little bit. Now, length check basically prevents you from, even if you overwrite it with a fully solved board, from actually solving it on that throw.
Okay.
So you overwrite the state of the board, all but the last one.
Right.
And the last one you leave empty, and then you can just solve it by overwriting the correct last answer.
I see. So it's a little bit along the lines what we've been talking about, but it seems that they've done like a weaker variant of that, where they didn't have like as good of a solution. There's a question chat here about, is there anywhere that explains the CTF format? There's an 80 going on as well as these 1v1s. Yes, so kind of like the main CTF, the DEF CON CTF, is the traditional DEF CON attack defense that you know we all know and love. Although you know there've been like variants and twists to it over the years. Then within this competition, this live CTF is like a sub-event where it's running parallel to the attack defense aspect of this. So each team sends one player for each match, and then we play this knockout tournament, and at the end this will generate a ranking from the knockout tournament, which is then fed back in and will affect the scores of the main CTF event. So this will be valuable and might definitely affect the final standings of the DEF CON CTF. I'm not completely aware of like what's like the weighting factor is, like how the scoring model works for the CTF, so I couldn't tell you like exactly how valuable it is to win the tournament versus getting second place, but we've been trying to find a balance where the teams can definitely not ignore
I'll tell you in a second, but
yes.
First I'm going to go deliver the hints, and I'll be right back, and we'll see if we can bring this one home.
Right. Can you just read me the hints here first?
Here we go. First attempt, overwrite almost all. Second attempt solves due to length check.
Yes. Sounds
This is
great.
the hints, and we will see if this does it.
Yeah. This is almost like a straight up solution. Like this could almost be like a write-up for the.
You have to understand what the program does, and that's the state that they've got.
Yeah, but they have that.
Yes.
So now we're gonna give them like the final, hopefully final hint here that will just like hopefully blow this case wide open and may have them solve it from there. Did we get any reaction from the players on that?
I was too busy coming back. I should have watched.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, we got some forehead touching.
Okay.
Says our producer.
Yes. So we'll see. Will it?
I think this one I think is on us.
Yeah.
I think this was a little too subtle for what we're kind of aiming for. And again, being in a high pressure thing, it's just not to say that these are not excellent exploders. It is just very hard, and this was a little bit nuance, a little subtle nuance.
Oh yeah.
Because of the way that the length check happens in the binary, you can't actually fully overwrite and expect it to do it. It will already know that it's an invalid attempt, and so it's not solvable. But then you have overwritten the correct state such that you can then solve it because you moved it from an insolvable state to a solvable state.
Right.
And somebody else might have got it. You don't know, but this is definitely a little harder. Certainly, it's more subtle than some of our previous challenges.
Yes.
But we'll see. We'll do our best to keep dialing in the difficulty and see how it goes. So let's keep an eye out for the winner. We may see, because we're not looking at the new organizers, we might get that off screen, or we might see Team Taiwan pull it off here in the main window. So I keep rooting for whoever we have the capture card working on, just by very nature of being on my side of the table.
Yeah.
But
being a Swiss, not citizen, but Swiss resident, I'm kind of like maybe rooting for organizers a little bit. So
are they a Swiss team?
So they are a Swiss British American team, I think.
Okay. Oh, there we go. All right.
So there,
we have the winner.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
Oh my God.
Down to the end.
It happened again. Again. So I'm gonna go. You can
go congratulate them. Go talk to the team. I'm gonna go ahead and see y'all out. Just a quick summary. I think we've already kind of covered what's happening the rest of the day. We're gonna go recuperate. We're gonna fix our HDMI cable, so we'll come back with tomorrow. We'll hopefully have the ability to see both screens more effectively instead of having the flickering that we had this time. And we look forward to seeing 8 challenges. We're going to 8 more rounds. We're going to finish up in the morning, 4 more rounds of round 1. And then in the afternoon, we're going to move straight into round 2. And we're going to go all the way from 8 teams all the way down to 4 by the end of tomorrow. So come back and see that long day. Look forward to seeing you then. Take care and have a good one.
Bye.